validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa, I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. Steven, he's like, man, notifications work perfectly every time on the Android, but when I'm trying to do it with the iPhone, it don't work all the time. Bro, only thing I can tell you is that that's because it's an iPhone. New day of school started today. Good day to retire that thing. Yeah, you should have been retired that iPhone, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. I have always wanted to try an iPhone just so that I can be a non-biased critic of an iPhone, but I understand that Macintosh is user-friendly, and user-friendly means that technologically ignorant people are capable of utilizing the technology, but people who are technologically savvy, which should be the majority of everybody under the age of 50 at this point, there's no reason why you're using an iPhone. You should use a MacBook Pro because very few people can afford one, and hackers actually go after the majority. So hackers are going to get a Windows model, anything, before it gets an iPhone, an iOS model, anything. But the majority of users use iPhones for cell phones. And there's too many different Androids. So while you might have 50% of the population statistically might use Android, there are so many different Androids from Samsung, Motorola, Nokia, and all these other Androids that use Android 17 at this point right now. The fact is that the algorithms are different. So the likelihood of an Android being hit with a mass situation, the way iPhones camera and microphone got taken over, where people was hacking into FaceTime, which is an an iPhone exclusive feature. That's not. We have video calls, but we don't have FaceTime. Special shout out to OG Kicks. So yeah, when that happens, it's like it's not supposed. It's expected. So wow, I'm not going to say that Macintosh is not good. Macintosh is phenomenal. It's just convenient based on whatever you're using it for. So if you want a user-friendly interface, you don't want to learn how to be technologically savvy, you grab you an iPhone. You want to customize your stuff, you are technologically savvy, you're one step away from learning how to and mastering Linux, you want to get you an Android. That's really how it works. But you, my friend, have an iPhone from your homeboy from way back when, which may not be getting all the updates that are necessary, which means that it may not be 100% compatible with YouTube, and that's going to be one of the reasons why you're not getting the notifications. So on a personal level, because you have an outdated cell phone, it is less successful than an updated cell phone. Even if you got an old Android and the Android is operating off of Android 14, the fact is that it's updated enough for that particular device to function the way you need it to function as far as getting notifications from YouTube. So if you decided to get you another iPhone, you would have to try to get an iPhone within the last 2 to 3 years. So we're in 2026. Try to find you a used iPhone that's a 2023 or 2024. That would be my recommendation, and you would likely get a better experience than what you have with the iPhone that you got right now. If you're going to get you an Android, you want to, same thing, try to get you something that's a 2024 or 2025. He said never again. Yeah, that's typically once you go iPhone, you never go back. Right? Now, I'm glad that you got the notification, but I started mad late today. I was sitting here for 20 minutes, like I'm gonna start eventually. I was getting relaxed, getting my coffee in, trying to get my mojo together, and then I was like, all right, let me go ahead and start the show. I did tell people that I would tee this bad boy off by no later than quarter till midnight Eastern Standard Time. So I seen it and I was like, let me go ahead and hit that play button. But we got a lot of stuff. Going on. We had a lot of things put up. We got Monday and Tuesday pieced together. So Monday so you got to hit that notification button for Monday and Tuesday because they just got put up today and yesterday. Monday we're going to be talking about they actually are proposing to modify some tax laws that's going to be negatively impacting people's capabilities of receiving refunds. I think I already told you guys about that yesterday. And then also them taxing Canada. So for everybody who didn't know from yesterday, just know that tomorrow we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff that's going to have a lot of closed-minded people. I had to find an appropriate way to put it. Closed-minded people that will show up and just like start trying to bash liberals and bash Democrats. When truth be told, this discussion is going to clearly be about how it impacts your money. It's not about the left side or the right side of politics. So I want you guys to know that. A lot of the times when people don't like what I have to say, they just try to devalue the person instead of talking about the facts. And I find that wild. But I don't know what else to tell them. It's like, look, bro, I don't have to be a diehard Democrat to tell you when certain things don't benefit you when you are poor. And I don't have to be a red-blooded Republican in order for me to tell you that what you're doing is financially incompatible with your lifestyle because you were poor. You tell yourself that. All I do is I get on the show and I call out the things that do not benefit certain people's agendas. And if it just so happens that the shoe fits you, wear that shoe proudly. That's how I feel. Or if you don't like it, change your life, because I don't just find problems on this podcast. I also find solutions, which if you're going through the problem and the problem resonates with you to where you start getting frustrated about what I'm saying, that's the moment when you stop and think. And that's when you start telling people to stop and think and get in there and do something new, do something different. That would be the best thing to improve their capabilities. Steven says, it's crazy how fast people attack things instead of being able to hold a conversation these days regarding politics. People are so sensitive about anything they disagree with. It's supposed, we have a groupthink culture where when somebody says something, even if it's wrong, everybody else that heard it is supposed to cheer it on. We see this a lot of time in the feminist movement. And the fact of the matter is that if it's wrong, somebody is supposed to step up in that group and say, nah, that's wrong. I come from a position of uniformity. So when you go to college, for those people who go to college, I tell you, Stephen, I'm going to tell you, because you're in college, you're taking psych classes. Take ethics and take psychology, not psychology, ethics and philosophy. Those are two good classes to take. Reasons why those are two classes to take is because they're essay-based classes. So there's no exams on trivial information. You're going to write essays about what you think and why you think that way and justify it with logic, reason, and theoretical concepts, which is all part of the debate, right? So easiest classes to get. So you got psychology, philosophy, and ethics. You take those classes. You don't necessarily have to take a religion class, but you could. I don't really care. But those are the ones that are like all essays, right? However, you learn in college because you're taking like ethics and philosophy. You start taking a better understanding of things, and the concept of uniformity is not going to be based on ethics or morals. It is going to be based on consistency, right? Now, one of the benefits, one of the reasons why I live on uniformity is because no matter how immoral the situation is, if it's going to get done, the outcome should be the same no matter what. So, for example, I had somebody ask me on TikTok, as a matter of fact, that we were talking about so we were talking about, again, those motorcycle guys lane splitting and the car cutting them off. Now, I come from Florida, no fault state. So from my perspective, everybody involved in the crash has liability, but I come from first person accountability. So since the first person angle is from the motorcycle guy, it's the biker's fault that the biker is in the crash. Why? Because the biker's got the camera that shows the car turning and you're allowing yourself to be involved in this car crash. Reasonable liability. Now, that doesn't make him 100% at fault. It makes him partially at fault, but it makes him primarily, from a personal perspective, at fault for putting himself in that situation, because had he not been lane splitting, he would not have a car cutting him off where he's sandwiched between two vehicles, because he put himself between two vehicles, right? Because my true observation of lane splitting is the capabilities of walking your bike in between multiple vehicles while all the vehicles are sitting still, the same way you would walk your bicycle in between vehicles in the middle of gridlock traffic so that you can get in front of all the other cars, which makes perfect sense to me. That's not what bikers are doing. They're 35, 40 miles an hour, weaving through cars sitting still. They're 50, 60 miles an hour, weaving through cars doing 30 and 40, saying, I can do it because it's legal. But just because it's legal doesn't make it right. So when I say reasonable liability, bro, you put yourself in that position, it's your fault, right? Now, they're going to argue that this is where morals and ethics come in. Oh, well, if you're responsible for somebody's death, are you okay with that? Yes. Universally speaking, I'm a Second Amendment strong individual. Therefore, if I'm going to use my Second Amendment to end someone else's life in order to protect mine, then I should have absolutely no problem in a traffic situation running over somebody with my car, if that so happened to have been the thing, and lose absolutely no sleep at night, because the method of uniformity is that if I have no problem with removing a life from an individual, I should never have a problem with doing it. If I'm going to have a problem with doing it situationally, then I should never put myself in a position, if at all possible, to perform that particular action. That's uniformity. Now, ethically, I should not feel that way. Morally, I should not feel that way. But the truth of the matter is that uniformity doesn't lean on morals and ethics. And why does that not lean on morals and ethics? Because you learn in ethics and you learn in philosophy, you learn that morals and ethics is socially ascribed to the environment. Therefore, you will learn that only in the society that you're in does uniformity actually, or not uniformity, but morals and actually ethics actually apply. Like, for example, sac facto is like the people take their own lives for the sake of honor. In America, like you'll taking your own life is a crime. Like in certain religions, or taking your own life is a sin. But in certain other cultures, taking your own life is a way to keep honor in your family. You have samurais in certain cultures where taking somebody else's life is a badge of honor. In the military, we can take people's lives because we were told to do so. But let your OG tell you to take somebody's life on 55th Street, and let's be real, bro, you're gonna have a warrant out for your arrest, because it is not honorable, because you're not a soldier, to take somebody's life. It is not honorable because you're not a police officer, to take somebody's life. So at the end of the day, because it is situationally allowed, the morals behind thou shalt not kill and the ethics behind should you have done that is subjective to the prestige of the person that's doing it. Police officer, sure, you can do it. SWAT, sure, you can do it. Soldier, sure, you can do it. Japanese samurai, sure, you can do it. But the average Joe Schmo at a gas station, or the average Karen at a handicapped parking space, oh, that's wrong. So uniformity kicks in and says, well, look, it doesn't matter what your status is. It doesn't matter what your rank is. It doesn't matter what country you're in. If you would have done that, you should do it everywhere. If you would not have done it, you should do it nowhere. If you don't want it to do it to be done to you, if roles were reversed, then you don't do it. That's how uniformity kicks in. And look, for all of y'all that are religious, I'm about to read some of these comments. For all of y'all that are religious, that falls right into Corinthians 1-31, to treat others the way you want to be treated. That's the method of uniformity. So when we're in those red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast conversations where like the women get all the favor in the situation, when the roles are reversed, those exact same women say, oh, that's not fair. Well, shit, you shouldn't be allowing it to happen in your favor if you're not willing to allow it to happen in somebody else's favor. Because uniformity dictates that if that's how it's supposed to be under certain circumstances, if roles are reversed, that's exactly how it's supposed to be for that particular situation. Michael said, it's against the law to lane split in Florida. Bro, this is one of the reasons why I have a big beef with it. But they're like, oh, it's not against the law in California. I don't know where the video is being taken. All I know is that if the vehicles are moving, I have a problem with you being in between them. If the vehicles were sitting still, I would have less of a problem of you being in between them. But if you're doing 35, 40 miles an hour and you're in gridlock traffic and you're on a motorcycle, and your reaction time, this is where I call it the biker's fault. Your reaction time is slower than the speed of your motorcycle. Then you are now liable of falling off of the bike trying to avoid the crash, because you're going to slam on brakes and slide and flip and roll down the street and all of this other stuff because you're going too fast to react to your environment. So if all of the cars around you are doing 35 miles an hour, you should probably be doing 20 or 30 miles an hour, because if somebody was to interfere with your flow of movement, you should have enough reaction time to stop, because whether you're on a motorcycle or in a car, it is still taught in defensive driving school. In driving school, you take the driving test. I took the motorcycle endorsement test. It was way back in the day in the 90s, but it doesn't change the fact that the laws haven't changed. You're still supposed to be 3 car spaces behind the vehicle in front of you. So 3 car spaces in the average car nowadays is like 8 feet long. That means you're supposed to be 24 feet on a motorcycle, 24 feet behind the vehicle in front of you, not 5 feet, 24 feet. So if you are less than 24 feet behind the vehicle in front of you, there's a problem. And for bicyclists, we're going to get on them real quick before I read the rest of these comments. Bicyclists have the same responsibilities as motor vehicles. So if a bicyclist is following behind an SUV or a car or whatever the case may be on the right side of that vehicle, and you're not 3 car spaces behind that vehicle, you're following too close. That's equivalent to tailgating. And if that vehicle can't see you and that vehicle turns into you, well, yes, there is a reasonable quantity of liability for that vehicle turning into a bike lane. It was still your fault for riding in their blind spot. You saw them turning, you saw their blinker, you had the opportunity to slow yourself down, and you chose not to. You get run over, you get run over. If my vehicle speed bump, at the end of the day, my legal responsibility is to stop and check and see what that speed bump was, not flee the scene. But will I sleep at night after I done ran you over? My insurance is going to cover that. Of course I'm going to sleep at night. You ended up under my tires. That is your fault because you had the choice of slowing down the vehicle. Now, when we start talking about fault as first-person accountability versus fault as legal responsibility, people are going to say, oh, well, you know, bikers always have a right of way. It doesn't matter who has the right of way. If my legs are broke because I chose not to stop, whose fault is that? Right? FX Trader said, unfortunately, there's an objective truth, and then there is politics. What they teach in school is not necessarily the truth on many subjects. I am not even including very complex issues. You're not lying there, Trader. Oh, but Trader, because I didn't see you in the last show, and I had to answer your question. Because me and Stephen did research on this. To correct your question from the other day, you asked about Japan getting that bailout from the United States. Japan never got a bailout from the United States. Japan's currency is diminishing because people are taking loans out from Japan's 1% bank and then flipping it in the United States market at 3.25 or 3.5%. And because they're taking a loan out and then selling yen on the global market to get U.S. dollars so that they can go and buy into U.S. Treasury bonds and stuff to that effect, they're ending up devaluing the Japanese currency. So what happened is that Japan bought a bunch of currency, and the United States bought about $500 million worth of currency of the Japanese currency to bring back the value of the Japanese currency so that the Japanese currency would start becoming competitive in the trade market again, and people started buying back into it, increasing the value of 1%. That was not a bailout. That was not a bailout. Okay. Now, we're not exactly sure where Japan got the money from, because rumor has it from one of the sources that Stephen found was that Japan had got money from the Treasury from like United States just printing a bunch of money. And then also I've found some sources that say that they cashed in on a few $1 billion worth of treasury bonds and used that money to do it. Right. So I'm not exactly sure where the money came from, but it wasn't a bailout. So I just wanted to let you know that. Michael says, so yes, it is 100% of motorcycles' fault in this case. Going to be another thing, Michael, because when we start talking about liability subjectively in the state that we're in, we might be looking at it from the laws that we go by, but the video could have been recorded in a state where it might be more allowed to behave a certain way. And I mean, they're not putting in the video California streets. But then we have the realization. We see so many motorcyclists that are putting up videos right now where they're being hunted down by police officers, and they don't have to do anything wrong during the course of the 30-second or minute and a half clip that they put up on social media, right? But you realize that the video that you put up there is evidence, right, of your performance, right? So the police can download that video and hang on to it and effectively have a pseudo bench warrant for you. And when they find the motorcycle that was involved in all those videos, they can immediately arrest you for what you used to do, even though that's not what you're doing today, because there's no statute of limitations on taking action on that particular performance because the video went viral. So once they pull the video off, they can show that this is the performance of this bike, and this is the day that we caught him. This is the performance of this biker, and this is the day that we caught him. He can't say he didn't do it. So certain motorcyclists are like, oh yeah, the police, they're stealing my keys. They don't have the right to do that, blah, 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 blah. They're snatching your keys because you got like 35 or 40 videos that you run from the police. So when they catch you at the traffic light and they snatch your keys off the bike, bro, you under arrest. Do I think it's fair? No, but I mean, you had that coming, because how many times does a police officer pull my behind over doing 25 miles over the speed limit and snatch the keys out of my car? Never. Steven says, this country does not run on uniformity. However, there are some universal laws that cannot be escaped. Yes, like your right to remain silent. And your right to an attorney. Those are the things that can't go nowhere. And your right to stop resisting. And then not too many people take that right. Because as much as you say you're not going to resist, when soon as they start putting their hands on you, you be trying your best not to let them take it. But you are correct. Western culture does not have uniformity. Western culture has so much segregation, social classism. People are going to say, oh, it's racist. It's less racist, but it is a lot of diversity. And the diversity has favoritism. And then when you start talking about morals and ethics are limited to the subjectiveness of that diversity. So if you're rich and you have enough money to say and do certain things, you can say and do certain things that poor people can't do. If you have political power, you can say and do things that people who don't have political power can't say and do. If you're a woman, you can say and do things that men can't say and do. If you're black or not black, you can say and do. Like with black people, you can say the N-word. With non-black people, you can't say the N-word. There's so many different diversities where everybody's not treated equally. But we're going to be mistreated equally because all of us at some point or another find ourselves in a situation where we're not being treated the way we want to be treated. And there's always situations where we're not treating somebody the way they would prefer to be treated. We may not care about the latter because it doesn't impact us, but when it does impact us, we're willing to complain about it. Trader says splitting lanes on bikes is great for young riders who still think that they are immortal. Oh yeah, until they end up underneath one of my tires. I'm gonna be honest with you, for anybody who has that what's that sign say? Be aware of motorcyclists, or caution for motorcyclists, or whatever, that bumper sticker on that thing. That's a relative of a biker, because I rode bikes before. I didn't have no big ass Yamaha or nothing like that. I had a Honda Nighthawk 250. It was a 1999 model, but I was doing 90 miles an hour in a 45 mile an hour zone. I know what it's like. But I was doing that in the middle of the night when I was the only vehicle on the road. I wasn't doing that in the middle of rush hour traffic. Now, let's be real. Logic dictates. Because I've been there, and I know at the end of the day, the things that you do doesn't mean that you should do it. And a lot of the times people on motorcycles do it because of the thrill of the near miss. That's why they do it. So lane splitting, the thrill of almost hitting vehicles, but not hitting vehicles, is the excitement that gives their life meaning. Okay, and then we just got to understand that problem. Now, because they're less likely to get a ticket for it in certain states and certain cities, they're now going to justify their capabilities of getting that thrill. But if we think about safe driving, they should not be doing that, because, you know, if you don't have the ability to avoid the crash, you're going too fast. So you have like careless operation, reckless operation. I don't know what the other terms are, erratic speeding, or whatever the case may be. Michael says Elon Musk bailed Japan out at 2.5%. That's not true. I appreciate your your comment, Michael, but no. Elon Musk, from what I understand, was not involved in the Japan-United States situation. It was just the United States putting a little bit of money towards Japan, and talking Japan out of trying to take trillions of dollars worth of treasury bonds back. And at the end of the day, it does. Elon Musk did not, from what I seen when I did my research, Elon Musk did not put 2.5% towards the. I think Japan did like $84 billion worth of currency towards their own currency, and the United States did $500 million worth of currency, which would equivalent for Japan, with Japan's investments, somewhere closer to 11 or 15 trillion yen to bring back the value of their currency. And I do not see any information that supports that. He says, good good joke. Well, I was talking about facts. So as soon as you came up, as soon as I read that, because it was lingering on my screen for a minute, because I wanted to read the comment before I moved off of it. When I read this, I was like, oh no, that's false. I'm a myth bust quick. He said, Trader says, I used to be a motorcycle rider until one day I returned home with the engine and gas tank. Oh, that was the only thing left of my bike. Oh, yeah, I was riding bikes until I ended up going through an SUV, and my knees were imprinted into the gas tank, and it cracked my skull in half like a grateful, my helmet. So they said I was supposed to be dead, and I'm sitting over here looking at them like, well, I'm not gonna give Grim Reaper another try at that. I'm gonna go ahead and let that be the last time I get that close to death. Michael says, makes you wonder how we live this long, being young and dumb. Can we do it again? Not at our current age. No, we cannot. Steven says, if Japan calls for their money back, we will see some interesting results. Yes. So because America we have like right now about $35 trillion worth of debt, with over $1 trillion worth of maybe $2 to $5 trillion worth of interest that is owed on that money. There's supposed to be, from the research that Stephen has shown me, well over $1 trillion worth of money that Japan had in treasury bonds, and if they called on that, that would add an extra trillion something dollars to the United States debt. Now, the problem that they have with Japan is, yes, that would aid them in their ability to restructure their currency. The problem is, though, is that if the United States tries to raise interest rates in order to cover that, that means that our 3.5% might turn to 4.5%. But the people who are buying from Japan at a locked-in 1% interest rate is going to more buy United States, because they're borrowing from Japan and buying into the United States. And if the United States interest rates go up because Japan calls on its debts, more people are going to borrow from Japan and buy more debt. Because I didn't even know that they were doing this, but this is a method that I talked to you guys on a platform multiple times, is where people will borrow from a lower interest rate and then put it into an investment opportunity with a higher interest rate. By borrowing from Japan at 1% and then putting it into something that's 3.25 or 3.5%, the fact is that they're getting a 2.5% profit. It doesn't seem like a lot of money when you're thinking about a few $100s, but when you start talking about a few $1 million or a few $1 billion, you're talking about a few $100,000 a year of profit just to borrow money from Japan and put that money into a United States treasury bond or whatever the case may be. Now, the benefit with that is that they can pay Japan on the loan and keep the difference on the investment opportunity, and they've turned a 2.5% profit. And that's always going to happen because Japan is not capable of matching the United States with those interest rates. But that's something that's always been happening. and that's why the Japanese currency has been declining in value, is because when you continue to sell a stock, the stock loses its value. So if you borrow the currency and then sell it on the market, it loses its value. No one's going to buy U.S. currency and then sell it on the market for another currency. Not for an investment opportunity. You know what I mean? Because the United States currency is like the most expensive one, right? Everything is compared to the United States currency right now. United States currency is listed currently right now as the #1 currency in the global trade market. And all of the other currencies are a fraction of the US dollar, which means that $1 US in like Japan would be like 158 yen. So when you start talking about like $500 million, you're looking at a few $1 billion worth of investment, because 158 to 1, that's a lot, or 159 to 1, that's a lot. But then when you think about 3,000 yen for a freaking bowl of soup, it still equals to $5 for a plate of food. It just looked different with all the zeros over there. Michael says, if another country called for their money back, would the world economy collapse? Essentially, no. Truth of the matter is that if somebody had, let's say, 50% of the United States debt, and they called all of it back at the exact same time, which, let's be honest, the United States would argue on that. They would negotiate that. But let's say hypothetically, if they did, you've got to remember, the United States operated during COVID at well over $300 trillion of debt. And from the time COVID happened until about 4 years after that, roughly, give or take, it went from 300 something trillion down to 35 trillion. We operated for 1 or 2 years at $300 trillion worth of debt. So can we still function as an entity with $60 trillion in debt? Of course we can. Had Kamala Harris been voted in, could she have ran up our deficit to $100 trillion? Of course she could have, especially if she was giving the majority of minorities $1.5 million a person. Of course she could have ran up our deficit to $100 trillion. Would we as a country go bankrupt because of that? Of course not. Because why? They keep printing money. The deficit goes up, or not the deficit, the debt goes up. And what do they do with the debt? They sell the debt on the market to other people who will buy the debt. So if somebody bought 50% of the United States debt, if they called in that debt, the paying them back would just add to our deficit. So we're at 35 trillion dollars. If they were to call back $15 trillion, we would just have 45 or 50 trillion dollars worth of debt. That's what would happen. Inside of the economy, if we owned a loan to a bank, the bank has more control than we do. The bank calls back the loan. If we don't pay them back, they garnish our assets. On a macro level, country to country, it is no longer backed by gold. It is backed by the faith of the Lord. Your currency is backed by nothing, heirs. That's it. It's backed by faith, okay, which is goodwill. So if you call on the loan, ain't no money here. Ain't no money here. Now, if I'm going to rob Peter and pay Paul, I'm going to give you your money back on goodwill, right? I just owe more people money. That's all that is. So would the world collapse? No. Would they raise interest rates in America? Probably. Would they raise taxation? Probably. Would they add more tariffs in a lot of other places? Probably. Would they do things to the American people where they will make that money back as fast as possible? Probably. But will the economy collapse? No. FX Trader says the Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chairman have a secret plan to eliminate the $40 trillion debt. No, so Donald Trump had already put in place the sovereign wealth fund from back in the day, back in 2025, and that was supposed to go into effect this year, but it might not have. I don't know. I haven't followed up on that. But they were supposed to take all of the cryptocurrencies that was seized in crimes and everything to that effect, and put all of that money into the stock market so that the United States government can generate its own profits. And by doing so, the United States government would essentially start paying down its own debt and then start having enough money to pay its own people so that we would eventually, over time, not need taxation because the government would be self-funding, right? Eventually, that's the goal. Now, there isn't a secret anything going anywhere. To be a trader, FX, you bring a lot of information that is not backed by facts. I've been meaning to say that since you asked me about that Japan thing. You be bringing a lot of stuff that's not backed by facts. But yeah, what they were supposed to be doing was a sovereign wealth fund that was supposed to, over time, eliminate debt. But we're not going to see that benefit in the next 5 years. Now, if you're still around in 20 years, it might be there to the magnitude where there's no taxation, but there's no guarantee that that's going to be a thing. Michael says, is it that what happened to the housing market back in the 1980s with Fannie Mae subprime loans? Someone called in the loan, but see, when you're looking at a local entity calling loans on local people, you understand, where the loan on the housing market has the collateral of the house that you're in. If you don't pay me, I take your house. Now, the question is, to answer your question, I'm going to answer your question with a question. You say, well, if somebody calls the Treasury bond and says, hey, I want my money back, what collateral does the United States have on that deal? You buy my debt or give me money to pay my debt, and I will give you money back with interest when you ask for it. That's the agreement that we have on faith. Now, the Fannie Mae housing market was, if you give me money to get my house, if I don't pay you back, you take my house. Now, with the Fannie Mae deal, if you call on the loan and I don't give you the money, you can foreclose on my house. If Japan calls on a Treasury bond and the United States says I ain't got it, what is the recourse of that? They're going to deliberate, negotiate, work something out, offer them something, but it's going to be the reverse, like a debt collector talking to you about how much they don't want to give you back because you overpaid on the debt. It's not going to work the same as when they have your asset as their collateral. No one has collateral on the United States government. No one has collateral on United States land. The cash that is leveraged for profit is a debt being sold to somebody else. So there's literally no recourse on the response of we can't do that, which ironically was the exact discussion that Japan and the United States had when Japan said, hey, I want to get my $1 trillion+ worth of treasury bonds back. And the United States was like, nah, that's not going to work for us. Let's work something else out. Maybe we'll sell some euros. We'll put some money down on it at the ad, but we ain't going to give you all your money back. Because, I mean, what is Japan going to do? Start a war? Yeah, it did cause many people to be homeless. FX Trader said the dollar is backed by faith in the United States of America. That is true. The dollar lost 95% of its purchasing power since the 1900s. Well, inflation in the United States has happened dramatically over the last 126 years. So, I mean, yeah, it could have lost a lot of purchasing power in comparison to the fact that we as American people are willing to spend a shit ton of money on overpriced stuff. And the funny thing about it is that while Donald Trump may have tried to do America First initiatives, the market, the non-monopoly market, when local businesses realize that there's a limit to what foreign products are capable of selling, meaning that there's a bottom line. It can't sell below this amount. When a tariff hits and it requires a import product to raise its price, that's a green light for domestic companies to raise their price to be $1 or $2 less than the import price. And that type of inflation is from corporate greed. So, like, for example, supposed to be American-made cars that have imported parts from other countries. The tariffs cause those cars to cost an extra $15,000. So Honda Civics that used to be $10,000, $15,000 are now going to be $25,000 or $30,000. Okay, so Honda Civics, $30,000. Ford Mustang, more than that. Ford Focus can match that $30,000. A Ford Focus can be like $30,000. If a Honda Civic is $25,000, a Ford Focus can be $20,000. Is it actually $20,000? Not necessarily. It used to be one of those $15,000 cars. It could be, but they can jack the price up $10,000 because the competing vehicle in the same class, the economic class, is going up in price because of the import cost. So when you think, well, you know, the United States dollar is losing a lot of money, it's not losing a lot of money. The American people, which is some of the most wasteful people in the world, to say that there's like 300-something million people here and billions of people in other places, we're the smallest group of wasteful people in the world. To say that we can spend trillions as a millions, and places like China and Japan and Thailand that have billions, they have probably like 4 to 1 on us in population size, and they're spending less money than us, right? And you say, well, you know, purchasing power for American dollar has gone down. Well, no. The fact is that because people are willing to spend $500 for a pair of Jordans instead of spending $50 for a regular pair of shoes, that's the reason why the purchasing power for a shoe has dropped 95%. Because if you're spending 100 times more, if you're spending 10 times more for a shoe than what you was spending for a shoe, just because it has a silhouette of a dude dunking a ball, that's the reason why shoes are too fucking expensive. So back in the day, when you used to be able to buy 10 pairs of shoes for the same price that today you're buying 1 pair of shoes, that's because people are willing to spend 10 times more for the same pair of shoes. So it's not because market-wise that American dollar has lost value in the world. It is that the product costs more money because people are willing to pay more money for it. Therefore, we lost value in our effort to earn the American dollar. And we are willing to give more time to make that money so that we can spend more money on the same item that used to cost us less back in the day. So that's not so much a lack of value in American dollar purchasing power. That's a lack of value in the American people's ability to value their own time. Because if I know that I'm getting $100 an hour and it's going to take me 10 hours to buy this item, back in the day, I only had to work 1 hour to buy this item. I should be able to say to myself that I'm not buying that because that's taking too much of my time. But the average person needs to have it so that they can keep up with the Joneses and look good with the other guy who's got 2 of them. I've got to have at least one. And that's going to be the reason why so many different people are still broke, even though they're making more money in the United States than most countries around the world, which is why on Wednesdays, when we talk about different countries around the world to make, save, and invest money, you come to find that the majority of those countries, you can live a upper middle class lifestyle with a $36,000 a year lifestyle, with a $36,000 a year income, and you're like $6,000 above the poverty line in America on that same $36,000 a year income. It's because we buy too many luxuries. Steven says, in a few months after I reach my current goals, I'm going to start buying some of the good U.S. Debt and turning a profit on it via bonds. That's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. Trader says Japan is a good example of an economic bubble that burst 30 years ago. I can't say that. I don't know. What I can say though is that Japan being an island, is limited in its resources. They depend upon imports, and at the end of the day, their structure is so stretched that their ability to expand their GDP is heavily compromised. So I can't say that they have a bubble burst situation from 30 years ago that has them in a certain scenarios that they're in right now. What I can say is though, is that our bubble bursts every 8 years because we spend so much money and then we just can't afford to do it no more, and then we stop spending money, and then there's too much of a supply to meet the non-existent demand, because when we had the demand and they kept raising the price, once it got to a certain level, that's when everything stopped, and then it has to start all over again. So if you recognize that every 8 years we had a collapse in 18, we had another one in 16 and 19, we should be seeing another one in 28, 27 or 28. We should see another one coming soon, because with the housing market really being turned on its head right now in 2026, we should see a whole lot of buyer's market coming about in 27 and 28, because it hasn't really been a full-fledged buyer's market where there's more houses being sold than people buying houses, because since all of the tariffs that happened, there was a slower construction scenario, so there were less houses being put on the market. So with the less houses being put on the market and the low quantity of people that could actually afford it, the demand and the supply were kind of what and what, so it was kind of even. But what kept it somewhat of a buyer's market was because houses were sitting on the market for 9 to 18 months when they were supposed to be sold in 3 to 6 months. So now the remember bridge loans that I was talking to you guys about, those people had to close those loans in, so they were selling them for less. So, and that's the reason why it's still a little bit of a buyer's market, because the market was moving slow. But with all of the houses that's got to go up for sale now, because a lot of those companies that had 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 properties now got to put all of them up for sale, because they're only allowed to have about 305 to 350. Now they're going to have so many houses up for sale that there's going to be a larger supply than there will be a demand, which means there's going to be a lot more people that are going to be able to buy a house for less money, at least between 2027 and 2029. Once the market stabilizes though, and the houses start going on a rapid fire sale, that's when the price for the houses is going to go up, because somebody's going to buy it. Michael says, you can call whatever you want. Tell that to my wallet. Inflation is killing the American dream. Wasteful spending is killing your dream. Does it have to be brand new? Nope, doesn't have to be brand new. So what is better, a bubble burst every 8 years, or having one 30 years ago that drugs on forever? That's a lesser of two evils. To be honest with you, the most effective way is stability, where there isn't a bubble that's being developed, and the most effective way is to have responsibleness, because the bubble only occurs because, just like with Bitcoin, people agree when they see an opportunity to make a large quantity of money with little effort, everybody dives into it. But just like if 500 adults jump into a kiddie pool, there's no more water in the freaking pool. Everybody got to get out and put the water back into the pool. It's the same thing with the market. If too many people take all of the money out of the market, and the people who take the money out of the market typically don't spend it that quickly to put it back into the market, right? So the money's not going back in, and that's where the lack of stimulation is. Because remember, the bottom 50% of the market is stimulated from the bottom up. Poverty spends more money than wealth, to be fair. And people will disagree with that, because the wealthiest 1% of Americans can spend $500,000 in one single transaction, and the rest of America can't fathom having $500,000 outside of winning the lottery. But the fact of the matter is that if there's 1% of 350 something Americans, which is 3.5 million Americans, have 99% of the wealth, and the other 1% of wealth is spread across the other 300 something million Americans, and the other 300 something million Americans, 348 million Americans, is spending money like crazy, that 1% of money stimulates the economy. So the very rare times that millionaires actually do spend money on something, the majority of payments is coming from the bottom 50% of Americans. So the fact of the matter is that if the bottom 50% of Americans stopped wasting money on things that were not feasible for them, they didn't benefit from that in the right now scenario, and actually budgeted better, then you would have a steady incline where you wouldn't have bubbles, where you wouldn't have the bubble burst. Because the real estate market bursts every 8 years, because first you have the crash in the prices of the properties, because you have an overflow of properties, not a lot of people buying. People start seeing that they can buy properties cheaper. Everybody starts running out there trying to buy properties. When more people are buying properties than properties are available, that's when the price of properties start going up, and that's where the bubble comes from. The bubble bursts when everybody starts aiming for that high price of property, but nobody can afford it. Typically, interest rates change right about that time, makes it harder for lenders to lend money, or makes it harder for borrowers to borrow money. And when the borrowers can't borrow that money, that's when the bubble actually bursts. Not because we're like, oh, I don't want to pay for that. It's because the bank said, no, I don't want to give you that much money. That's what really busts the bubble in America. It isn't the fact that the economy itself, like a rubber band. It's because lenders eventually say no. So is it better that we have this 8-year rubber band that we can kind of predict, or a 30-year scenario where the bubble bursts and then we have 30 years of it dragging on? To me, a recession every 8 years, or a recession for 30 years, is still a recession. It's the economical version of musical chairs. It's more like the economic version of tag you're it. Sometimes the money's there and sometimes it's not. Sometimes everybody's having fun and sometimes they're not, especially if you're the it one and you can't catch nobody. Inflation killed the Roman Empire and we might be next. Nope, I don't agree with that. War to destroy the Roman Empire. And I can definitely tell you that is not going to happen to us. Not anytime soon. Whatever conflict we get involved in always happens overseas. Not in the next 50 years that I can see that the United States will have any skirmishes on American soil where foreign troops will be on American soil doing anything to American people. I don't see it happen. But Rome wasn't built in a day. It wasn't conquered in a year. And Rome would not be collapsing because they didn't have enough currency. Rome would not be collapsing because they didn't have enough resources. They had the scenario where combat happened and they did not stand. Michael says, and World thought the Titanic was unsinkable. It happens. Well, technically, the Titanic could have been an unsinkable ship. Rumor has it that the ship that was supposed to be unsinkable was not the ship that went on the voyage, but an indestructible vehicle. Look, Elon Musk said that his bullet-resistant glass or bulletproof glass was supposed to be very good, but then when he had that baseball player throw that metal ball at the window, it broke the window. He had the 30 times rolled steel that was supposed to be resistant to 9mm rounds. And then when people bought the vehicle and shot up their Tesla, instead of it actually deflecting the ammunition, it punctured the ammunition and damaged the vehicle. And they caused a bunch of money worth of damage to their Tesla. It wasn't as bullet resistant as they thought it was. So, I mean, the title, though, Michael, the title, Unsinkable Ship, would be under normal conditions that a regular boat would be in, that big boat probably would not sink. But the average anything flowing on the water, if enough weight hits the hull will breach and it will take on water, it will sink. But we also have a conspiracy that says that something blew up the bottom of the boat from the inside. So was it really an unsinkable ship, or was it a defective ship, or was it bad driving, or was it sabotage? We don't know. We weren't there. But they made a movie about it. Steven says the only vehicle that is indestructible is the Corolla. Corollas are indestructible, and Bronco was the fastest vehicle in the, what was it, the 90s? Because, boy, I tell you what, OJ took that Bronco and went everywhere with that bad boy. He did a whole world tour with the entire local police department following him. That man drove further in his Bronco than any Hellcat has ever done in a high-speed chase. That man was able to take a tour around the city for hours and then go home and hug his family and tell him he loved them before he got picked up by the police and took it to the jail cell. The average Hellcat ends up upside down within 5 minutes of the speed, bro. I tell you. And when they brought back the Bronco, they didn't bring back the Bronco in tribute to the 1999 or 1998 Ford Bronco. They brought back the Bronco as a completely different vehicle. It almost looks like a transformer from the Dark Side of the Moon series. They just used the Bronco name. I'm like, nah, bro, you need to just go ahead and bring that bad boy back as it was. Give it that same two-tone white Bronco with the brown strip on it so it looks exactly like the one that got away. Because if you don't matter if they caught you at your house, you got away. That man got away. Trader says the new Toyota Corolla design is pretty amazing. They designed it like a sports car. I've seen that too. I wasn't expecting that because it's a Corolla. But again, you know, we have to recognize that they are selling to the American market. And believe it or not, it's not about performance. It's because Americans are fat. So the wide body kit with the wide seats in it is not because, oh, Corolla wants to make it more sporty. It's because aerodynamics, wind resistance make this bitch wider because Americans are fat. Nobody's going to agree with that. But the average Asian person is half the size of the average American person. So when you look at that Corolla being sold in America, where, think about this, every road in America is being widened. Cars aren't made longer. They're made shorter and wider because people are fat. They're not getting taller. A lot of us are short, but we're fat. So the cars are going to be short and wide. Interesting, right? Because most of us, we don't really need all that trunk space. This ain't the 1980s and 1970s anymore. We're not putting bodies in the trunk anymore. He said Tesla designed like a Lamborghini will be sold only in China. I don't know anything about that. I gotta fact check when you be talking, Trader, because you be telling me stuff and half the time it'd be wrong. I'd be like, where do you get your sources from? So when you tell me something and I don't have definitive proof of that, I'd be like, I'm gonna have to research that. I'm gonna have to research that, then we're gonna talk about it. So I might mention that at the top of the show tomorrow. If they really did design something like a Lamborghini and sell it only in China, we'll see. I'll let you know tomorrow or Tuesday. But as it stands right now, I don't know nothing about that. Because from what I understand, all of the Teslas that are being made in America that we know about, X, Y, S, Cybertruck, Robo Taxi, all the ones that we know about America should be all the ones that they got. They got the rig the Tesla rig that's out there. But from what I understand, there isn't a Tesla that is designed like a Lamborghini. Because, and one of the reasons why that would be incorrect information in my mind is because Elon Musk is intent on uniqueness, and it makes sense. There's a purpose behind everything that he does. I don't know what the hell that purpose is, but I do know that he is not a follower. Does that keep you busy? No, I'm just gonna myth bust just about everything that you tell me, and I'm not gonna co-sign on nothing if I can't back that shit up. Because at the end of the day, this is a show that's based off of fact, not fiction. Steven says FX will make you and Michael check work overtime. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be fact checking because Michael should be. Michael probably took him a nap with all the fact that we've been up here for an hour. We ain't even started telling everybody what else we do on the show. We skipped that whole segment. That whole 5-minute intro, we skipped that whole segment and went into just a bunch of questions and comments. But for the most part, y'all, we here on Sunday nights, we do questions and comments from the fans, appropriately structured questions about appropriate topics. And then I answer those. If they're not appropriately structured questions about appropriate topics, you typically get blocked or banned. Silence at the very least. I've seen a lot of inappropriate comments that happen on the TikTok side of things, and those guys just got muted, and I don't even react to you guys. If it's too inappropriate, not only do I mute you, I actually just block you off the channel and prevent you from negatively impacting the channel for everybody else that's here. Yeah, so shoot, what we were doing today, I do have quite a few questions that we were going to get into. We can just dive right into them, and we can go ahead and listen to what these people got to say. There's not a lot of, I think it's like 4 or 5, but they're long. So it is going to be long. But they do have a lot of learning curves in there that we can talk about, and then you guys make sure that you comment on what you hear, and then we will carry on the way we normally carry on Sundays. But if you guys got some other questions that are reasonable questions, throw them into the comment section. I'll do what I can to answer them. If they're inappropriate, like I said, on YouTube side of things, you might get a timeout. On TikTok side of things, you guys might just get outright because I don't have no patience. So, but for all of those scenarios on the other days out of the week where you guys just ask a random question that's completely off topic, I told you guys Sunday is the day for an off topic question. So get it out your system now, because Monday through Friday, Monday through Saturday, I'm going to be expecting you guys to stay on the topic of the day. So let's go ahead and start with one of the comments that we came across when we were paying attention to when I was going through all of the comments in the comment section.
My husband walked out in the middle of the night. My husband and I have been having a tough time in our marriage lately. We have 3 kids together. I stay at home with them while my husband works outside of the home. He has an autoimmune disease, which makes him very tired. Typically 4 of the 7 days a week. He sleeps as soon as he gets home. There are weekends where he comes home on Friday and doesn't leave bed until Sunday night. It makes for a very difficult time for me. I run the house and the kids. It does lead to a lot of resentment. Yesterday, he told me he wanted to talk while our youngest took a nap. I said, of course. Normally when we talk, I hold back on how I feel because I don't want to hurt his feelings. I know he feels guilty and I don't want to add to it. My therapist had told me I need to stop doing that. I need to let him know how I am really feeling about things. So yesterday I did. The conversation did not go well when I started to express how I felt with our relationship and things that have been happening. He expressed lack of physical touch from my end, and I did agree with him. I tried to explain that being with our clingy toddler for 13 hours a day was becoming overstimulating for me. That when I came to bed, I just sort of wanted to be in my own bubble without being touched. But I told him I would try to work towards being more outwardly affection. His response to this was, well, my parents take him sometimes during the day, which they do. We live in the same neighborhood. and they love having him. So I would say 4 out of 7 days they have him for 2-ish hours a day. So then his response was, well, you only parent for 6 hours a day then. At that point, I was pretty hurt. I explained by his logic that meant I should be done parenting by 12:30 p.m. every day. The conversation just kept going downhill. That night, he was working on his computer until almost 1 a.m. I rolled over and went to sleep because I was exhausted. He got into bed and I heard him say something about wanting to start a new medication. And I said, of course, do whatever you need. That's the last thing I remember until bedroom lights started coming on at 2:30 a.m. My husband was packing and taking money from our safe. I got up and asked him what he was doing. He said he was hysterically crying next to me and told me he had thoughts of harming himself, and I didn't even acknowledge him. I told him I would never ignore him, that I truly did not hear him. He told me he could tell the kind of person I was at my core now and didn't know if he wanted to be in a marriage with me anymore. He said he needed time to think about it and just walked out and drove off. I tried texting and calling. Finally, he responded and used everything that I brought up in our conversation against me. He asked me to be honest, and I finally was. Now every word was coming back at me like I am just horrible. I have no idea what to do. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep with 3 kids home and no idea when my husband is returning or even where he is. He took a good amount of money out of our safe. He hasn't answered a text or phone call since about 5 a.m. We are grown adults. I can't believe he just walked out in the middle of the night and blamed it on me. I don't even know where to go from here or how to even start processing this. Part of me is pissed and just wants to tell him I'm done. If he can walk out on us at 2:30 in the morning, that's showing me who he truly is. I did end up searching for him after I was able to get my youngest settled with all the morning stuff. I found him at his office asleep. Apparently, I woke him up by pounding on the door. He didn't say anything. I told him I wanted to check that he was safe. He said, yeah, and I left. He told me he loved me as I was leaving, and I just shut the door. I had to go to the grocery store after I left. When I came home, he was upstairs asleep again.
Okay, so I got to keep up with y'all with the comment section because this is yeah, that was a long ass story. I told y'all that was a long ass story. Okay, so apparently this lady she needs a break because she feel like she got too much stuff going on with her and the kids and she don't got enough break time. The solution to this problem was that she wanted her husband to put in more effort. Her husband's got an illness that she is aware of, an autoimmune disease, and she is not calculating his ability to have recovery time as well. Neither one of them are factoring in the capabilities of getting a nanny outside of the letting family members take the child, and they're arguing about how she wants him to do more with the kids because she has the kids more often than he has the kids, and that's basically the argument that's happening. Now, I have never had an autoimmune disease, but I can only imagine that if you're experiencing an extreme quantity of discomfort to the magnitude where you are considering doing things to yourself that you probably should not do, you've got a hell of a lot more going on than the need to take care of children. Now, doesn't mean you shouldn't be a good parent to your kids to the best of your ability. However, the wife is thinking about herself. She is not thinking about the other person. The other person is thinking about themselves. They're not thinking about the wife. At least he let her sleep and he left the house. But he's leaving. He took a bunch of money. He left so that he would sleep at the office. He could have jumped in a car, got a hotel somewhere else. But he's done with not being heard. That's his complaint. She's done with him not doing what she says. That's her complaint. The two of them are, she's being selfish, he's being inconsiderate, but the magnitude of them being able to work together is coming from the breakdown of, if he can take out all of that money to go and live somewhere else, he could have took out all of that money or allowed her to take out all of that money and get a babysitter to be there every day of the week for 4 to 6 hours a day, so that the wife could take more time away from the kids and take her ass to bed, so that the husband could continue to perform the way the husband was performing through his illness, instead of sacrificing the marriage. Now, she's going to guilt trip the guy by making him feel bad about the fact that he's leaving because he's fed up with how he feels like he's not being treated fairly. Guilt trip doesn't work. Finding solutions to the problem does. The problem is she needs a break, and he needs her to get off of his case. She can get a break. What I don't know how much money he took. But whatever, babysitters are like $10, $15 an hour, right? So you can, if you took out that much money for her to complain about it, a few $1,000s, that's like 6 months worth of everyday babysitter for 4 to 6 hours a day. So you could clearly give the wife a vacation, right? You could pay a babysitter to be there 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, where the wife got a whole shift to go to sleep, and then the wife would not have as many complaints, right? The problem that we have, though, is that when a woman wants something, there are more scenarios where she will not get off the topic until she gets what she wants, until she gets that compromise or consent or submission from the man. There isn't negotiation. She wants what she wants. There isn't a, well, the problem is I don't have enough rest. What can we do so that I can get more rest? Usually it is just, you need to do more because you're not doing enough. And you need to agree that you're going to do more because you're not doing enough. That's it. If you don't agree that you're not doing enough and that you need to do more, she's going to continue to argue with you until you agree and admit that you're not doing enough and that you will do more. That is not how you're going to work out the problem. The problem is the wife is overworked, without enough break time, without enough rest time, and the family needs to work together to give her the vacation that she needs so that she can rest and recuperate and get back to the kids so that the kids can have both of their parents without conflict. So since the solution to the problem is we need an extra person in here to do for us because the family members that are watching the kids aren't available to watch the kids all the time, you bring the kid, you build a schedule. Grandma on my side of the family, grandma on your side of the family, auntie on my side of the family, auntie on your side of the family. Then when we have no more family members that are watching child for free, babysitter for another 6 to 8 hours out of the day, and work this out where you can get you a whole 10 or 12 hours a day off from the kids every day of the week. Or I can pay a babysitter from Monday to Friday and the family can change out on the kids over the weekend, but you still get a whole like 8 to 10 hours a day off from the kids. And that solves the problem of mom not getting enough rest. Now, a lot of the times when a man is being yelled at by a woman, he's not able to think clearly. He's not able to rationalize a situation like that. But all I heard was she's not getting enough rest and he ain't trying hard enough. So let's just find a solution. And we're not going to find a solution that says, oh, well, he must apply himself more. No. Why? Not because men are better than women and they shouldn't have to do. No, because this man just pulled out a shit ton of money out of his bank account that he clearly didn't need to stay there. That's the solution to your problem right there. Had they not had no money, I would have said, yup, bro, you need to step up and you need to do. But if he could take out a hell of a lot of money to run, he could take a hell of a lot of money out to get a fucking babysitter so that he doesn't have to run. That's how you solve your problem. Think before you act. But yes, to avoid the argument with the wife, you're going to need to clear your head. You need to remove yourself from the situation. He went and slept at the office instead of sleeping at the hotel. That's good. She went and got him because she was mad at him, like, oh, you ain't running from this family, but not going to do it and say, I was checking on you to make sure that you're safe. No, she didn't give a shit if you were safe. She wanted to make sure you wasn't trying to leave her with the fucking children. That's what she would do. Take all the money and run. You better not take all the money and run. Where's you at? You know? Then when she found out that you was just somewhere else trying to get you some sleep, probably because she's snoring, you can't say nothing about it. Now she's like, oh, he wasn't running from me. He was just getting a break. And then he took his ass back home and went to bed. This is the wildness. This is allowance. But yeah, that was a kind of relationship. The relationships become depressing, FX Trader, because FX Trader said that the relationship question it sounds pretty depressing. Some relationships become depressing. They become emotionally exhausted, but they start getting emotionally exhausted when we stop listening to each other. So if one of us has a problem, we don't articulate that problem. We build resentment about the problem because we see the problem and we don't want to tell our partner that we have a problem. And if we're dating the kind of partner that is combative instead of willing to work out the problem, then we're in a situation where we really don't want to tell our partner, whether it's a male or a female, we don't want to tell our partner what our problem is because they're going to make our problem our fault. So because we don't want to start over in life, we stay in that relationship, we build resentment, then we start acting funny because we resent the other person. We stop talking to them, we stop engaging them, we start snapping back at them, we start fussing and cussing and yelling about the simplest stuff. We start becoming unbearable, which builds resentment towards us from the other person that we resent. Now we're in a situation where neither one of us like each other. We love each other, but we hate each other at the same time. We don't communicate with one another. Your problem with me is how I treat you. My problem with you is how you act. We don't talk about that, and then all of a sudden somebody gets tired, and the first person with the weakest willpower in the situation walks out. Sometimes it's an affair, but sometimes it's just an abandonment of the relationship because I can't take this shit no more. No matter what I do, the situation won't change because what I need change is you. And whatever, and you're in the same position because whatever you want change, you can't change because what you need to change is me. You're not telling me what the problem is. I'm not telling you what the problem is. We're not able to work the situation out. Now, everybody starts getting red flags. Everybody starts paying attention. Like the nuclear signs start coming up when people start packing their bags and walking out. It is just about too late. But that pack your bags and walking out, but staying close enough where you can be found, that is the most obvious cry for help, the last cry for help in a relationship. Because if I pack my shit and I go through the motions of packing, and typically with, because this I just want to say this, and I know I'm breaking up a lot of sentences real quick. I just want to say this real quick, y'all. If a motherfucker wanted to leave, they would grab their keys and they would just fucking leave. Fuck all that packing. Fuck all that grabbing my stuff. That's a show. And the whole thing about it is that I wanted you to see me packing my stuff so that you could stop me from leaving, so that you could show me that you care. That's why people pack in front of you. Because if a motherfucker wanted to leave, they're not going to pack in front of you. They're going to wait till you go to the grocery store. They're going to take everything that they can carry. They're going to put it in their car. They're going to dip out. They know you're going to be gone for an hour to an hour and a half. They're going to take everything they can carry, put it in the car, and they're going to dip out. Then when you come back, they will be gone. If they wanted to leave, there was no way that you would find them. You got to understand that. But they don't really want to leave. They just want you to pay attention to them. So what they're going to do is they're going to start packing their bags in front of you. They're going to start with their gym bag. Then they're going to go find their suitcase. Then they're going to do the suitcase thing. They're going to spread it out across the bed. They're going to fold up all of their clothes and go through all of these motions and pull all the stuff out of the closet. And if you're watching them do this, you're going to start talking to them. They're going to start. Now they're going to vent. Now they're going to tell you why they're packing their clothes is all the things that you weren't doing correctly, which is why they're packing their clothes. You're trying to unpack their clothes to stop them from going. They don't really want to leave, but they're going to leave so that they can show you that they have the capabilities of leaving. And during this scenario, if you can work out the issue, they'll stop packing. This isn't a good tactic because eventually somebody's going to tell you, just get your shit and get the fuck out. But the fact is that when a relationship gets to this level the first time, that is because you haven't been paying attention the whole time. Steven says he provides a life where she does not work, has access to a therapist, and 3 kids are taken care of. How is that a bad deal? I don't understand. It is not a bad deal. That's why he packed his shit up and left. Because at the end of the day, her responsibilities are being fulfilled. But her responsibilities takes effort. She's frustrated that she needs a vacation. He did his job. He provided, even in bad health. He did his part. He provided, even in bad health. Everybody got what they need and then some. But what he needed was the peace. He's not getting that. So what he said was, fuck this shit, I'm out. But he made a good enough life for them that he had an emergency fund that he could take a shit ton of money out of that emergency fund and go sleep at the office until he could get his head cleared, because all he really needed was sleep. And whether it was the children crying or the wife snoring, he couldn't sleep in the house that night. He was feeling bad. So he left the house and went to the office instead of going to the hotel. He didn't go get another apartment and just dip out and disappear. He just got away from her. And at the end, before he crisped and wild her behind, he just left. And a lot of times females be sitting over here thinking, oh, you shouldn't leave, you should leave, you should stay. No. Sometimes you be so mad at somebody that you just want to hit them with a skillet. And in that situation, you might need to just leave the house for a few hours. That don't mean that you need to leave the house for a few hours and go cheat, but that just means you need to leave the house for a few hours, calm down, regain your composure, come back and talk to this person when you have detached your emotions from the situation. That's some of the things that people don't think about. But when he did everything he was supposed to do as a man, she was supposed to be able to handle a situation, but she needs a break. Because raising children is a 24-hour day job if she don't have somebody else to come and clock her out. So, and that's why I told you, her complaint was she was doing double overtime and she needed some time off. That was her complaint. His solution, get her a babysitter. After you done pass the children around to everybody in the family, get her a babysitter. That way she got time off. She ain't got shit to complain about now. Because it wasn't that he wasn't a good husband. It was the fact that she spent too much time with the kids and she didn't have time off. That was the whole problem. FX Trader says, with 3 kids, anybody needs a vacation sometimes. Yeah. But when a woman thinks I need a vacation from the kids, she's thinking about 3 days off, girls' night. But really and truly, what you really needed was 8 to 10 hours a day, every day to sleep without being interrupted. And the only way you're going to get that 8 to 10 hours a day worth of sleep without being interrupted is if you not only get a babysitter, but you get a babysitter that's going to take the children out of the house and go do something for the day while you sleep, so that you don't got to go get you a hotel and go sleep somewhere else. That's ultimately what you need. So you got 3 kids, and here's the thing. It depending on how old the children are, because I don't remember her saying how old the kids were. If you got 2 of the kids that are old enough to behave, and one of the children that's a toddler still in diapers, you can take the 2 that walk and you can have them go with the babysitter and go hang out, and you can have a baby with grandma and grandpa and auntie and uncle and this one and that one, and still get the ones that cry to go somewhere else so that you can sleep for half a day. And then when you wake up, you refresh, you rejuvenated, you can probably clean up the house a little bit before the kids come back, and then start your day. And if you made that an everyday routine, the kids would be able to leave the house without mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy both can get some damn rest. Mommy and daddy could probably spend some time together without the kids and get some damn rest, replenish their relationship with one another, and then be able to get the kids back and still be able to have a healthy, happy family. Not to mention, that's going to be the same behavior you're going to have to send your kids to school. Because mom's going to be a stay-at-home mom. Kids are going to go to school before sunrise. They're going to come back at like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. From the time the kids leave for school to the time the kids come back, mom's going to be in the house by herself. Then she's going to be bored. All I'm saying is you gotta start finding solutions to your problems. You can't just blame the other person. You can't just say, oh, the husband sucked because he don't chip in on his kids and take time off my plate. Just call it like it is. I need a break. It ain't about what you're not doing as my husband. I need a break. What can we do to get me a break? If that would have been the damn discussion, then maybe somebody could have said, well, you know, we got $5, $7, $8, $10,000 in the bank. Why don't we just hire us a full-time nanny? That would solve her problem. At least, even if we can't do it forever, if we can do it for a couple of months so that you can get you some break time in, if we can factor it into our budget, make it permanent, that's better. But if we can't, if we can just do it for a couple of months, that's what that emergency fund is for. That, because ultimately, They were just about to, this one story today, and we think I got like four more, but they're wrong ones. This one story today, their marriage was about to fall apart because she needed a break. That's an emergency. So let me pay help for 30 days so that you can get 30 days worth of half a day off. Right? And then if you got the capabilities to plan a vacation, instead of planning a vacation for a trip out of town, out of the country, around the world, or whatever the case may be, plan you a vacation where somebody coming and getting the kids for 12 hours. And both of y'all are just going to go somewhere and sleep. That's it. You can have them house sit where they stay at your house with your kids all day. Y'all are going to leave first thing in the morning. Y'all going to come back after dinner for the whole weekend. And y'all not really going nowhere. Y'all just going to go sleep. A vacation doesn't require you to go to another country or be on a cruise ship or something extravagant. That's what we do to impress society, to say that we did that. A vacation is for you to remove yourself from the situation that you're in that's got you with stress and rest, so that when you go back to that situation, you have the energy and capabilities to endure that stress. That's what a vacation is for. So instead of thinking about it like, oh, I need a vacation, let me go to Vegas. I need a vacation, let me go to Peru. I need a vacation, let me go to Italy, Spain, blah, blah, blah. Nah, fuck, I need a vacation. Let's get a hotel down the street from the house and just sleep. That's it. Let's sleep. That's how you fix your problems. Let's check on another one here. Let me put this one back up because I know this one was talking.
I ended a relationship I shouldn't have. How do I forgive myself? 1.5 years ago I was 32 and I ended a relationship with a wonderful, wonderful man. We were together 6 months. I was inexperienced and naive at that time. I was unrealistically picky. I was still flighty and searching for chaos. I was not a very good partner. He adored me nonetheless. I have been thinking about him more and more over the last year. I started going to therapy and learning a lot about myself.
I was unrealistically picky. I was still flighty and searching for chaos. I was not a very good partner. He adored me nonetheless. I have been thinking about him more and more over the last year. I started going to therapy and learning a lot about myself.
Letting TikTok catch up, y'all. Hold on. I think there's more.
I've realized I want a calm and stable life with a mature and caring man. The realization that I did in fact have that and I threw it away has hit me very hard. I can't go.
This lag is crazy. I wish it was set up the way it was last week where it just came.
The mature and caring man. The realization that I did in fact have that and I threw it away has hit me very hard. I can't go.
Yeah, so
Back to him as he is in a new relationship. I truly don't believe I will ever find someone as good as him again.
According to the situation, she is upset that she let a good man get away. All right, so for the most part, and that's a lot of echoing in the system. I don't know why it does that. It sounds like I got a smoke detector in the background, and I do not. All right, so basically, the lady's thinking about the good guy that got away, and she's regretting her decision. How do you get over that? Look, ladies, the majority of women have allowed at least one good man in their life to get away. Whether that was the guy in the friend zone since high school who is now married to another woman, or if that is the guy that they were dating that she got frustrated with because she couldn't get away and she broke up with the guy and went with somebody else, and then she realized that the new guy is nowhere near as good as the last guy. You will find that you will let the wrong one leave, or you will leave the wrong one. Now, you cannot get over that, and you shouldn't get over that. It should not hold you back from getting into a new relationship, but you should learn from your bad decisions. And I can honestly say that there's been some times where a man has been in a relationship where he was dating a good woman and he took that for granted, and she left because he wasn't treating her the way she deserved to be treated, and she left. Every man can think about the one girl that went above and beyond for him more than what all the other women that he dealt with has gone. The thing is that you must learn that, first of all, there's hope, because if you found one, there is another. Everybody has at least one person that they can spend the rest of their life with. It doesn't mean that there's only one person there. It just means that there's at least one there. So if the first one you wasn't ready for, you have to ask yourself, what did you do wrong in this relationship? That's the first thing you have to do. You have to figure out, what did you do wrong in this relationship? And you should do that with every relationship, every breakup that you have. Instead of just blaming the other person, instead of, oh, he was crazy, he's insecure, he was traumatized from his childhood, something wrong with his mama, his daddy didn't love him. Instead of all of that other stuff, instead of blaming him, look at yourself, because it takes two people to come together, and it takes at least two people to fall apart. Both of y'all contribute to the relationship falling apart. It's not just one person. One person can do the most. One person can be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. One person can be the last nail in the coffin. But this was a bridge that was being slowly burned until all the ropes broke. And everybody had a say in it. And it's not just, oh, I made a bad choice by picking this guy. No, it is all the bad decisions you made after you picked that guy. It's not just you allowing him to make bad decisions. You made bad decisions. You didn't do something you were supposed to do, or you did something you wasn't supposed to do. And that contributed to the resentment that he had in the relationship, which led to his behavior, which would lead to you retaliating to his resentment, as we just discussed with the first couple. And when you recognize where you went wrong in your relationship, you can learn from that, improve from that by, one, doing the exact opposite in your next relationship. So if you were overbearing in your last relationship, be a little bit more forgiving. If you were a control freak, let a little bit more freedom fly by. If you were clingy, give a little bit more space. If you were too distant, show up a little more. If you ignored their feelings and their validation, check in a lot more. Wherever you fell off in your last relationship. Because I know a lot of people right now are so psychologically and emotionally insecure that you will stalk your boyfriend, you will stalk your husband with an app on his phone, but you won't call your husband and tell your husband your whereabouts all day, every day. It's abusive for him to expect you to call him and tell him when you leave the house, where you're going, who you're going with, when you get there, that you made it there safe. When you leave that place, where you're going, who you're going with, and how long you're going to be gone. You're going to feel like, oh, that's too much stuff. But ladies, that's how we behave before technology. Now, all of those questions are answered by logging into the Track Your Boyfriend app, so that if he is in a location that you don't approve of, you now are going to, where you was the other, and you already know where he was. The GPS signal says where he was. Where was you at? I just want to see if you're going to tell me the truth. Testing his honesty. The fact that you already knew where he was, you should not have no questions for him. Except, did you have fun wherever the hell you was at? With whoever the hell you was with? No, you want to know exactly where he was to see if he's going to be honest with you. And if he doesn't tell you the truth, or if he doesn't tell you, that's going to start a fight. And that fight leads to you making him sleep on a couch in his house where he's paying for the bed that you sleeping in, so that you can show him that he's got to tell you everything. Uniformity. Remember I told y'all at the top of the hour, uniformity dictates is that if the man's got to give full disclosure, the woman should give full disclosure too. So I'm leaving. Where you going? I'm going here. How long you going to be gone? About this long. When you get there, let me know you got there safe. Hey, I made it there. I'm safe. When it's time to leave, hey, I'm done doing what I'm doing. I'm on my way back. Why is that important? without technology. If something happens, and currently I'm in an area right now where there's a lot of dead zones where I'm at. So if my car breaks down, depending on where it breaks down at, I might be in an area where my cell phone don't work. I would not be able to call my partner and say, hey, come get me. But if I told my partner that I'm going to such and such place and I'm likely going to be on I-40. Now, if I don't come back, if I said I'm going to be gone for an hour, I should be back about an hour and a half, and if 2 hours pass by, my partner starts getting worried, where am I? My partner calls, the phone doesn't pick up. It's not because I'm ignoring my partner, I'm in a dead zone. I'm not even getting a call, but my car's broke down. If that's the situation that I'm in, I'm an hour late coming back. Instead of my partner thinking I'm cheating, my partner should think I'm in trouble. My partner should then say, well, should be on I-40. Let me jump on I-40 and ride till I find that car. I'm either going to make it to the destination where he hasn't left yet, or I'm going to find that vehicle anywhere between the destination and the house, because that's the road he's supposed to be on. And that's how you find your partner. Now, you find your partner on the side of the road, car broke down, whatever got the car broke down. If the car needs a tow, I got a car. I can drive us to where a signal is, call a tow truck, and then tell them where the car is at. Instead of having my partner walk 5 hours to the nearest cell phone tower to call to get help, because the only time you care about where your partner's at is when you think he's cheating. Uniformity dictates that if you checked in on your partner, you wouldn't need a GPS app to track your partner's phone. So instead of saying it's abusive, instead of saying that it's toxic, when the man asks you where you're going and who you're going with, just answer the fucking question. And then if you got the app on your phone where you can track your partner and you see his GPS signal, don't ask him where he was, because you already know. Don't ask him who he was with, because if he wanted you to know, he would come and tell you. Y'all need to be uniform about y'all shit, because if you treat him the way you want to be treated, then y'all would not have these chaotic arguments in y'all relationship. Steven says, now that I know that this exists, I want all my future wives to get this app and bring sandwiches and ice cream to my location at least once a day. That's genius. Because you know what I said on the show, I think a few months ago when I started talking about these apps, I told women, instead of interrogating your boyfriend or your husband about his location, use it to your advantage to be romantic. You guys got the GPS app on y'all phone where y'all know where y'all partner is at. Uber Eats and send them their favorite meal. Get in the car and drive to that location and drop off their favorite snack. Fellas, if you wondering where your wife is at, she been gone too long, her GPS signal says she at a specific location, order a bouquet of flowers and send it to that location and have it addressed from your husband. You ain't got to really tell the person that she's cheating on you with that she got somebody. Because if she's at a hotel and a delivery comes to her at that hotel, the man she with is gonna be looking dumb when the guy delivering that be like, this is from your husband. How does he know we're here? You gotta understand that you can just, but for the sake of, yes, if my wife know where I'm at, I'll be like, hey, bring me something to eat. Where you at? You know where I'm at. Use the app. I won't move it. You know where I'm at. You know, Michael says, click the phone isn't working. If she's calling you every 5 minutes, dump her. Her conduct would drain my soul. If you got a woman that is calling you on a regular basis, it can be because there is a problem, but it can be because she doesn't have enough attention from you because you don't check in enough. So you say, well, she calling every 5 minutes, that's draining on my soul. But Michael, if you called her every 20 minutes, she wouldn't have to call you every 5. And you don't necessarily have to call her every 20 minutes. You can send her a text message once every 30 minutes to let her know that you're doing all right where you at. For if she's checking up on you frequently, especially because you're not answering the phone. You're going to feel like she's overwhelming you with calls because she never got through the first time. But if she called and you answered, and you give her like a 30 or 45-minute time limit between now and the next time that you check in with her, she's not going to be calling you every 5 minutes. But if you checked in, you would be a better boyfriend or a husband to her, where she would have the acknowledgments, the validation, and she would know that you're safe. Because we do got some strong ride or die women that'll Glock switch a situation for us, that'll come to our aid if we needed that help. But if we're not man enough to say, wife, come back me up, then what the hell is our support system and the wife supposed to be? Because they don't want to cook, clean, or do nothing else. So the least you can do is put on some boxing gloves, grab you a switchblade and a Glock switch, and come out there and get to the fight with me. I mean, at least you should be my Rambo in this damn relationship, since you don't want to do nothing else around the damn house. So you can't say, well, if she calling you profusely and you're ignoring her, that you should dump her. That's the wrong advice. That's the wrong advice. If you contacted her more often, she would contact you less. Matter of fact, if you contacted her and then gave her a deadline for the next time that you was going to contact her, she would wait for your contact. And if you're on time with that contact, she's not going to be blowing up your phone. Well, you said you was going to call me in a half hour and it's been 45 minutes. Where you at? Bring your ass home. Michael says, you better tell them the vehicle has a tracker. You ain't got to tell them shit. Okay, so everybody's cell phone has a tracker. Everybody's cell phone has a tracker. And then think about this. Every email that you have has a GPS function on it. So if you have 5, 7, 10, 12 different emails on your phone, all of them have Google Maps history on them, and all of them track your whereabouts. So even if you delete your history on your primary email, on your primary Google Map, every other profile actually has point-to-point directions on where your phone was. So your phone is tracked. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. If you got a partner that's looking at your GPS history to see where your car has been, or looking at your navigation system to see where your car has been, they don't trust you, and y'all need to break up. Because if they can't just talk to you, then y'all don't need to be in a relationship. But when it comes down to the fact that checking in with your partner versus stalking their whereabouts, you shouldn't have to stalk their whereabouts. But if you're concerned, if we go, because Michael, you 70, so you from the 50s. So in 1970, that's how you hold on. You was in the 50s. So 1965, that's how you talk to your mama. You would go to a payphone and call. You would pass by the house and check in. That's how we would do it. We wouldn't be gone too long without our mom and daddy and them knowing where the fuck we was. And when you was in relationships in the 60s and 70s, that's what the hell you did. You would tell your wife where you was. When you had a phone, when you was at a phone, you would call your wife. And if you was gone too long, you would find a payphone and you would use a payphone and you would call your wife and you would let them know what was going on, where you was at, and they would just have to wait until you bring your ass home. Now in the area of technology, we got text messages, we got emails, we don't have to wait for the page no more. We got GPS apps and all this other stuff. At the end of the day, you call her and you check in the same way you expect her to call you and check in. And that's mutual respect. Again, uniformity. I told y'all that at the beginning of the show. Like I said, I ain't calling her. She'll know when I leave the house, where I'm going and when I'll be home. Call me if there's an emergency. So if you're going to establish that type of relationship where you're going to let her know that you're leaving, you're going to tell her all the details she needs to know, ETA, expectations, this, that, and the third. If you don't come back on time, that's the emergency. My husband is missing. Checking in, she going to call her husband. Where you at? You said you was going to be back at 5, it's 6:30. And your respectable response would be, since she knew when you was going to be home and you are not going to be home at that time, since you failed to call her in advance and let her know, honey, I'm coming home from work late, or honey, I'm going to be stuck in traffic. Now she is, honey, where you at? Because I don't know where you at. And you said you was going to be home by 5 and it's 6:30. It's an hour and a half late. But if you got that respect, then she has no reason to check in. If you're like, hey, I'm stuck in traffic, but I'm on my way home, I get there when I get there, then she's just gonna have to wait till you get home. Like I says, there are people in the world who have a hard time being alone. Yes, they are. And I gotta tell you something. They got some people in this world that just wouldn't be able to deal with me because I have no problem with being alone. I get out of bed, I go to work. I get off from work, I go to bed. I leave the house, I go to the store. I come back from the store and go to bed. I get out of bed and go to work. I don't have to see you, and we could be living in the same house. I don't sit down and eat dinner in the same place on a regular basis. I eat wherever the hell I'm at. I eat right next. I got ramen noodles right next to me right now. I eat wherever the hell I'm at. I'll eat next to the bed. I'll eat in the living room. I'll eat in the dining room. I'll eat in the kitchen. I'll eat next to the microwave. I don't care wherever I'm at. I'll eat in the car. I'll eat out in the neighborhood so that I don't have to eat at the house. So the fact is that if you ain't good with being by yourself, you got a problem. When I want your attention, I'm going to come find it. Steven says, we had street lights that told us when we had to go home. Texting was not a thing yet. I remember that. You had to be on. And look, the street lights did not come on at the same time every day, meaning that sometimes the sun set before the street lights came on. So dark outside, the street lights not on yet. And sometimes the street lights came on and it wasn't dark outside yet. And you just had to know that if them street lights was coming, your ass had to be getting home. You start knowing, well, you know, by certain time the street lights start coming on. So I'm gonna start being like a block or two away from the house. So when I start seeing them street lights come on, I can start running back to the house. Because when mama and them look outside, they're not gonna look outside to see if I'm on the porch. They're gonna look outside to see if the street light is on. Because if it is on and I am not in the house, I get my behind. It is what it is. Or just don't come home tonight. One of the two. Like I says, if I'm not back on time, I will call it. Okay, that's fair. If I don't call in 2 hours, call me. I could be in the ditch. But see, that's going to be enough concern that we have, though, Michael. Like, while yes, 5 or 10 minutes, 15 minutes is not a lot of time to be running late. We could be 15 minutes late on any given day, especially in modern times. And we could be a half hour late with the way we got construction, we got the flock cameras, we got all these odd design roads. But Michael, if your car was in a ditch full of water and your face was underwater, 2 hours, you're dead. So depending on how far you're away from your wife, depending on how far you're away from your partner, you in trouble. Not a lot of men back in the day would have ever called their wife for help back in the day. But modern equality, feminist model, these women want to be men so bad. Fellas, call your wife, come get me. Okay, put her ass to work. Because if she'd have been a Filipino woman, she'd have been coming to look for your ass anyway. If you'd have been, you be 2 hours late, she'd be behind you in the car talking about something. I thought she was in trouble. That's exactly. He said, don't need 2 hours to be dead. You're right. It don't need like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. If something bad happened, you either be dead in the hospital or something like that. 2 hours is a long time. So, you know, it's reasonable to say that if you're 5 or 10 minutes late, if your partner called you to ask if you was okay, you should be able to respectfully tell them that you're okay, and apologize for not notifying them in advance that something had gotten in the way of you getting back on time. And the only reason why you're apologizing to your partner for the delay in notifying your partner that you would be late is because everybody on the podcast right now, all of y'all on TikTok, all of y'all on YouTube, all of y'all on Twitch, everybody can say that when we work for somebody else and we're late for work, we always clock in, look at the boss, and say, I'm sorry, I'm late, X, Y, and Z happened. Even if we called and said that we was going to be late, we usually walk through the door and the first thing we tell the boss is, sorry, I'm late, X, Y, and Z happened. So if that's how you're going to talk to your employer, that should be how you should talk to your spouse. So if you forgot to call them and you're going to be late, at the end of the day, hey, my bad for not letting you know. But X, Y, and Z is interfering with my ability to get back, but I'm still on my way. I'm at such and such location, so and so amount of time away. Whenever this obstacle gets out of my way, I'm on my way home. Just show your partner the same respect that you would expect from your partner. Now, ladies, if y'all dating a man, you don't ask him where he is, he just tell you. You don't ask him where he's going, he just tell you. You don't ask him how long he's gonna be gone, he just tell you. Then, bitch, that's what the fuck you supposed to do. So when you leave the house, the first thing you're supposed to do is tell him where the fuck you going. He should not have to ask you, because you don't have to ask him. When you're going somewhere with somebody, he shouldn't have to ask you who all you going with, because he'll tell you who all he's going with without you having to ask. So you should be able to tell him who all you going with. You should be able to tell him how long you're going to be gone, because he'll tell you how long he's going to be gone and you don't have to ask. He'll check in with you while he out to let you know that he doing all right. Wherever he at, he's still where he at. And if he moved from point A to point B, he let you know where he moving to. So if this is the way he behaved with you, you mimic that behavior without having to be told, and you check in with him while you're gone. You let him know where you're going. You let him know who you're going with. And if you feel the need, give him the license plate to the vehicle that you're riding in, so that if something happened to you, he can come and get you. Instead of making it seem like, oh, it's abuse, he shouldn't have to do, that's too needy, blah, 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 blah. But then when your ass need a damn hero, your fucking hero don't know where the fuck you are. And the worst part about it is that when you are in distress, you don't know what street you're on. You don't know the address of your current location. And you cannot be found unless we have a GPS tracker on you. And that's why they invented it, so that we can find our wife when she is hysterical. Not so that she can stalk us to make sure that we're not cheating. That's what it was made for. It was made so that we can find our wife when she is in trouble and she doesn't know where she's at. That's what it was made for. It was not made for her to stalk her husband to make sure he's not cheating. Michael said, yeah, respect. Let each other know if we're running late. And that's something that, look, I had a handful of people sit there and be like, I don't know about this guy. Comment if you disagree, TikTok. Comment if you disagree. Steven says, if I'm going to be late, I don't show up for 2 days. Being late causes a point. We can be 2 days in a row off from work and use a point. That doesn't work in your personal life, Stephen, because you could be missing for 72 hours and the police will start looking for you. But usually if you miss it for 72 hours, they're looking for a dead body. The fact of the matter is that if your partner is important to you, you don't want them to worry about you. The same way if your partner is important to you, you don't want to worry about them. So, and you're going to worry about them. So being missing for 2 days is unacceptable. Being missing for 2 hours is unacceptable. Being in a location where your GPS signal fell off, whether you turn it off or if there's just no signal where you are, that's unacceptable. If you know that you got to travel to a location that doesn't have a GPS signal, you want to hope that there's a landline there so that you can call your wife and let her know that you're safe. And then while you're there for a while, you want to be able to call your wife and let her know that you're still safe. Because you can be in a location that is otherwise supposed to be safe, like going to a bank to make a bank deposit, and then fuck around and be in the middle of a hostage situation. Look at John Q. You could be in a hospital going to get a medical treatment, and then fuck around and be in a hostage situation. You could be at a post office. Look at the term going postal, and fuck around and be in the middle of a crime scene. There is not situations where look at the black couple that went to Walmart during Donald Trump's first term that got murdered in the Walmart. You could be going to Walmart to go grocery shopping and be part of the crime scene. There is no scenario where everything's gonna be all right. You ain't gotta worry about me. I'll be fine. Nah, that's not cool. If I'm going out of town, I let everybody in my house know I'm going out of town. When I'm getting on a plane, I let everybody in my house know that I'm getting on a plane. When I get off the plane, I let everybody know that I got off the plane, just in case the plane crashes. When I'm on my way back, I let everybody know I'm boarding the plane. When I touch down, I let everybody know that I'm touching down. I might not tell them that I done got in the car and drove, but if it's going to take me longer than anticipated, I might let everybody know that I'm on my way back. I'm just trying to find gas. And if I'm going to a destination where people that I know, I'll let everybody know where I'm going, that I'm boarding the plane. I'll let everybody know that I touched down. Even if I don't need them to pick me up, I'm on my way to the rental car company so that they know that I'm doing all right. If you don't hear from me from the time I left to the time I got to my destination, then I didn't make it to my destination, and you need to start looking for me. Okay? And I'm not dating none of these people. These are friends and family members. So if I have a romantic partner that was not traveling with me, she would be getting hour by hour updates on what the hell is going on, because at the end of the day, that's mutual respect. Michael said Steve can link up for 24 hours for observation. He said that's for the job. You know, if I'm late, turn around and call off for 2 days. Well, I mean, yeah, you could if that's a job perk where you could turn a I'm late into 2 days of PTO time. I mean, that's cool. Stephen can lock you up for 72 hours for observation. Yeah, Stephen could be in a situation where, you know, he got pulled over and, you know, he looks suspicious. You know, he could be in a car with too many minorities at the same time and just get picked up just because. You know, he could be in a neighborhood where ICE is just not being favorable and be missing for 3 days and just not check in. And nobody knows where he's at. Nobody's gonna come looking. He could be in that situation, or he could be in a situation where when he see them lights behind him, he getting on the phone like, "Hey man, they pulling me over, man. I don't know who they come to get me, man. And if I don't hear from you in an hour, I'm calling every precinct in the area where you was. Hey, did he show up here? Did he show up here? You ain't got him on the books. What you mean you ain't got him on the books? They picked him up a couple of hours ago off of 55th and 3rd. Where he at? It missing person. It missing person because he got picked up. And from what I hear, the car is gone. You know what I mean? So the car not even on the road where he said he was. So y'all done told the car. So where is he? I know y'all got him. You know what I mean? I can tell y'all when I was young back in the day, I used to have run-ins. And this is just like NWA. We used to have run-ins. And when we had these run-ins, they would come and get us. And when I knew they was coming, I called my mom and them. My mama would be at the precinct before they get me out the car, talking about something. Don't worry, baby. I'm going to have you out in 2 hours. In 2 hours, I was out. But if I would have been the kind of person to say, oh, well, you don't need to know where I'm at, I would have been in there for 72 hours waiting on my bond to get out. There had been times where I called her knowing that the situation was about to go south, and she was there where she left the house and met me at the scene before they put me in the car and followed the squad car to the precinct so that she could talk to the captain before they put me in the cell. 2 hours later, I was coming out of that cell. Trying to tell you, because you got to let people know where you at. All right, let's touch base with one more. We got another one. We're going to talk about today. Let me see if we can get this one going.
He was very special. He wasn't just a good man, he was also creative, always self-improving, responsible, interesting. I truly hate myself for the reckless decision I made and the immature and stupid person I was back then. I have had to stop dating because now I can't help but compare every man I date to him. I feel I ruined my life in leaving that relationship and I will never forgive myself.
I truly hate myself for the reckless decision I made and the immature.
I've seen a lot of these stories before, and recently this situation has gotten quite complicated, and I wanted to vent/seek advice. Almost a year ago, my junior year of high school, I met a girl. We were in a couple of classes together, but didn't really start talking until about 5 months ago. We chatted often and hung out bi-weekly or so for about 3 months. During this time, it felt evident that we were both interested in each other. For example, we would cuddle, laugh with each other, and it seemed like we both would genuinely have a good time together. She would confirm this after we would hang out sometimes. Despite all of this, at this stage, we weren't really that close. We hadn't been too personal with each other yet, or opened up about much. This made it more difficult to figure out exactly what we were, and me being stupid and foolish, never asked. I knew I wanted a relationship, but cowardly waited to see if I could figure out any evidence of her wanting a relationship before asking. Maybe here is a good place to add that I had never been in a relationship before this, and was extremely unaware and clueless about how to handle this properly. As time went on, I actually noticed signs that dictated the opposite of what I was expecting. To put it bluntly, she kissed another girl and took a guy to prom deep into us talking. The girl aspect, I was frankly so stunned by, I didn't even know how to go about asking about it, so I never did. The guy we spoke about thoroughly. My understanding was that they were strictly going as friends. But as the day grew closer, this guy wanted to get her flowers and a sign. She told me that she felt like this was too much, and I agreed. However, she never said anything to him. The day of, many pictures of them were posted by the both of them. They were way too much, hand on his chest, arm around her waist. I was extremely hurt by these images and stopped talking to her for the rest of the day. Later, she reached out and asked if I was mad about her taking him to prom. I answered honestly, and we talked about it. She was extremely apologetic. We spoke about how we both wanted a relationship with each other, and she tried to mend the situation the best she could. The next day we hung out, as I felt like maybe things were okay between us again. She apologized again in person and kissed me. I think previously I was blinded by love, and was downplaying the severity of what she did, but even more so after she kissed me. Less than a week later I asked her out and she said yes. I thought maybe this could be a new beginning for us, and we could forget about the past issues. For the next few weeks, I operated under the logic that we would continue dating. Therefore, I felt comfortable getting personal between her and I, because I thought we would both be in each other's lives for the foreseeable future, and cared about each other enough not to share anything publicly. About a month later, she broke up with me and said she just couldn't do a relationship right now. We spoke heavily.
We have to bleed into the other story. So, yeah, what we're looking for, you said, no, Michael, you're not watching. So, what we're looking at here is a lack of communication. You're in a relationship, you're not talking, and a lot of us do this. We end up in these relationships where we just expect the relationship to progress, but we don't put any effort into it progressing. If you're hanging around somebody and you got feelings for them, the quicker you let them know, the better it is for you, because before you get too emotionally invested, you have the capabilities of negotiating with the other person in terms of your relationship. The longer you let your feelings linger, the longer you allow somebody else to beat you to that punch. She might be, or he might be, interested in you and somebody else. Especially when you're young, you might have a crush on 5, 6, 7, 8 people. The first person that meshes well with you is going to be the first person that gets a shot. So if you got feelings and you express them, articulate them verbally, the quicker you get that out, the quicker you can resolve with the other person what kind of relationship y'all are going to have. Now, your friend, experiment with everybody because y'all young and in college. Yeah, Grace said trying to ignore it. I wouldn't be trying to ignore anything. At the end of the day, they need to really articulate all of the stuff that's going on. You're looking at your partner, talking to other people. The other people are ending up in other scenarios where they're making out with other people, getting into other relationships and stuff to that effect. You're hurt by that because you want that to be you, but you're not saying anything about it. You could have asked your girl out to prom, but you didn't. You let somebody else ask them out to prom. Not everybody values prom the same way. Some people think about prom as I'm going to school without having to do schoolwork. Other people think about prom as a date. Other people think about prom as a life-changing moment in my high school years. So because everybody thinks about prom a different way, sometimes a guy will ask you to prom because he has feelings for you, and this is the moment that he's going to articulate that. He's going to get the corsage. He's going to get you flowers. He's going to wear the best outfit he could possibly wear, do his hair the best he could possibly do it, and hope to impress you so that when he tells you how he feels, that you will hopefully reciprocate. Doesn't always work that way, though. You know, you might be going because your friend is going. You might be going because you want to be nominated prom queen, not because you give a damn about the dude, right? So again, when they're asking you out to prom, you have to recognize that how you feel about prom is not how the other person feels about prom, and y'all still need to communicate about that. Now, photos. We're in an area of photos all over the place. I'm not going there, Michael. What you call photos. The prom pose is supposed to be the man's arm around the waist of the girl, and the girl's arm is supposed to be somewhere either around the waist of the guy or over the shoulder of the guy or wrapped around the guy's neck, because the way it's supposed to be is strategically the man is supposed to be expected to be taller than the woman. That's how it usually is expected to be. And usually her arms is wrapped around his neck and his arms is wrapped around her waist, and then they face the camera. So something to that magnitude prom poses. You cannot feel insecure because the person that you wanted to go to prom with that you didn't ask out to prom is having prom poses with the person that asked out to prom. You just can't do that. I appreciate the likes. You just can't do that. It makes no sense. If you didn't ask them to prom, don't get salty about the photos. They're gonna take photos every time it's a Kodak moment. Back in the day, we used to call them Kodak moments. And a Kodak moment, we had the little portable camera that you would wind up and then snap the shot, and you could have like 200-300 photos on that bit. Look, Kodak moment. And you can have 2,000 Kodak moments on prom night. Every person that we know, every crowd that we affiliate with, we can have a prom with, we can have prom photos where separate from the school photos, because we don't always want to pay for the school photos. We can have separate photos in different locations, in different places, with different people. We can have photos outside the building, inside the building, in the car, outside the car, at the hangout spot that we go to after prom. So you can see 200 photos from prom. And that might be the most photos that this person ever takes, because prom is the most memorable part of high school. Not senior year, not exam week, prom. Not the school field trip that happens every year, prom. Not the award dinner that you get for having perfect attendance in school. And most of y'all don't know what that's like because y'all miss a bunch of days from school. Prom. Prom is what everybody remembers from high school. Right? And your senior reunion, usually shortly after prom. You're 10 years after the last time y'all met each other for prom. Prom is high school, right? And as a result, you're probably going to have so much going on that there's going to be a bunch of, but you're not going to see any more pictures. So during the week after prom, are you going to have as many pictures with that same person as they had at prom with the other person? No, because it wasn't about the other person. It was about prom. So you can't feel salty about that. Now, when you finally start talking to your partner, that's when you start getting cooperation and communication. Michael says City Hawkins Day, where the girl asked the guy to the dance in November. These females don't ask guys for nothing other than money. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have never been in a college. I have never been in a high school where women ask for anything. In Asian culture, the women approach the men because there's so many of them, so many men. That really aren't interested in the women. But in American culture, the women will position themselves in a place to be asked. And that's one of the reasons why I despise the egalitarian mindset of whoever asks pays, because women will position themselves in the spot to get asked, which then, because they're being asked, puts the burden on the asker to compensate for her. So she never actually asks, which never puts her in a position to compensate, which keeps her on a receiving end. So it's not equal. Uniformly speaking, if you're interested in me, you should be able to come over and talk to me and tell me that you're interested in me. If you want to get to know me and you want us to go hang out sometime, you should be able to come over to me and talk to me and say, hey, when are you free? I'll get you a cup of coffee. But that's not modern 2026 women. Modern 2026 women put so much money into their looks, so that they can stand where I can see them, or with the way they putting on that Chanel cologne and shit, where I can smell them so that I can come over and say, ooh, you smell nice. And some women are bold. Ladies, hit that match that reaction button when I'm right, when I'm telling you what I'm telling you, because some women are bold and be like, oh, you're not gonna ask me out? I know y'all have done that at least once in y'all life. You're not gonna ask me out? You're not gonna ask me for my number? Like I'm supposed to. No, if you're interested in me, you're supposed to ask me for my number. If you're interested in me, you're supposed to be asking me out, because if we're egalitarian and we're supposed to be equals, we're supposed to be treating each other the exact same way. You, interested in me, are supposed to ask me before I ask you. And this inappropriateness, we're just gonna take you out of the equation, my guy. That's one of the reasons why, you know, we have that situation where, like, that's the way it used to be. Sadie Hawkins dance, where the girls used to, and you see it on TV, but you don't see it in real life. The girls used to walk up to the guys and ask the guys out to prom. Nah. Well, all we have nowadays is homecoming, where the football team has their first game after prom. That's, we have homecoming. That's it. That's all we got. And the guys ask the girls out. I'm gonna be real with you. I went to 4 of them when I was in high school. Never asked a girl to prom. I danced with all the girls at the prom when I went to prom, but I never asked the girls to prom. Why? Was it because I had a concern about them telling me no? No. It is because I could give 2 shits about if anybody went. Plus, I was driving myself to prom, and I was not wasting any money trying to go pick them up, because I would get out of school, go to work, get off the job, and then go to prom. So when I showed up at prom, I had just showered and shaved, changed up, and showed up to the prom. I'm not picking you up, because we would have never made it. Or vice versa, it would be a situation where I go to prom first, and then I got to leave from prom and go to work. So I don't want to have to be responsible for bringing you back home, because I got to go to work after this. So because I was living an adult life in high school, I gave 2 shits about the females that I was seeing at prom. And ultimately, because I went there with no intent of bringing anybody else with me, you know what I mean? I actually picked up my first girlfriend in high school outside of prom. I think after prom. That's what all the girls after prom. So it didn't matter if they had a boyfriend. I was dancing with all the girls after prom. Didn't care. And none of the dudes cared about me dancing with their girl, because most of the fellas in there knew me. They knew I had to go to work out of this. So, bro, she's staying here. After this dance, I'm on to the next one. That's it. And then after this, I'm gone. You know? By the time y'all mom and daddy come here to come pick y'all up, I'd have been in skirt, skirt, skirt. All right, let's see. We can go ahead and touch base with another one of these. I don't know what happened with the thing. He said, do you have a girlfriend? I just answered that question. Yeah, first year, picked up one. Actually, I've had one every year, really. I started picking up dates back in the 5th grade. And each school, it would be a different girlfriend. But we had, like, there was a different girl every year, really. 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. Then there was, in 9th grade, I had that girl until 11th grade. And then after that, there was the girl for college. So there was always a girl. It was after a while, I realized that they're nothing but trouble, and I need to take a break from them. But there was always a girl. And after college, there was like 3 or 4 of them after college. So yeah, there was always a girl. There was always a girl. You know, the whole 10 years of college, there was girls there. It wasn't the same girl for the entire 10 years, but you know, when I was in the community college, there was 2 girls there. And then when I was in the 4th year, there was another girl there. And actually, there was 2 girls there. One of them came with me from the community college that wasn't one of the girls that I was with, that ended up being one of the girls that I was with at the 4-year institution. So, and then I was dumb in the 4-year institution. I ended up having a collection of them where there was like 13 of them that used to follow me around. Remember I told you a story about how I used to put them all in the van and we would go places together? It would be me plus 13. So when I went to college homecoming, that was crazy because I was the only guy that walked into prom with 13 women. It looked wild, but the school took me bringing 13 women into the dance hall, and put that on the homecoming video. So the black guy walks in a 3-piece suit, trench coat and everything, fedora and everything, and then 13 women walking behind him, and that's all the girls that came with him, and everybody had a matching outfit. Those were the days. We don't get it like that no more. Michael says, my high school sweetheart is in a picture frame in front of me. My first true love. Yeah. But it's your first true love, not your last one, not your only one. It's your first true love. Right? That's one of the things that we have to recognize, because you can fall in love. He said, yeah, you were pimping. And I ain't paid for nobody. That's one of the best parts. They had to put gas in my car. I was industrializing that shit. Let's go ahead and touch base, because I think we got a couple more of these. Oh Lord, this is tough. All right, let's see what's going on. Hold on, let's see what's going on. Catch up. Comment section here.
About this because I was confused. This conversating only grew us closer, and even more personal. She opened up about something that I can only describe as traumatic, and told me she cared about me deeply, would love to be something in the future, and wanted everything to stay the same between us, but she just couldn't do a relationship right now. I was upset but thought everything would stay the same between us, as she said. Over the next 2 months after she broke up with me, we had many conversations trying to fix things between each other. Most of the time was me trying to make sense of things or asking why she did certain things that hurt me, like the prom date, for example. These conversations would always end with her saying she's sorry, she cares about me, and then nothing ever changing. At the same time, unfortunately, 2 of my childhood pets passed away. This was a very difficult time for me, and I reached out to her so she could help talk me through it. I would have gone to somebody else, but unfortunately somebody I can open up to like how I needed to in the moment other than her just isn't available in my life. Once the sadness and grief diminished, I began to take a better look at things between us. I realized that since we broke up, she had become increasingly avoidant. She started talking to me less and was coincidentally always unable to hang out. We spoke about things again, but this time I was clearer. I brought up her being avoidant, the contradictions between her actions and what she tells me, and was looking for some closure as to why we broke up. She again apologized and told me she was avoidant because she didn't know how to talk to me anymore because she still has feelings for me, but she would genuinely change for me this time. She missed the way we used to talk and wanted to go back to it. I ended the conversation saying we should meet up in person to talk, and what I need help with is figuring out what to say. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and in retrospect I should have stopped talking to her a while ago, but I didn't. Now the question is, do I stop talking to her now that we are close? Now that she is the only person I can go to when I need to talk about things that are upsetting me or too personal to tell anybody else? And if not, what do I say in person to make sure that things change between us, and we can have a healthy connection moving forward?
My girlfriend and I love each other, but I'm starting to lose respect for her and wonder if we're fundamentally incompatible. I'm 42M and my girlfriend is 40F. We live together and have been going through a rough period lately. I'm trying to figure out whether this is normal relationship resentment that we can work through or whether we're fundamentally incompatible. I have a very demanding / high-stress job and earn significantly more than she realistically will. I absolutely do not expect her to earn what I earn or split everything 50/50ths. She has been unemployed for about 10 months. She is looking for work, applying, getting recruiter calls, and has had interviews. So I don't want to pretend she's doing absolutely nothing. What is starting to bother me is her level of urgency and initiative. For example, She sometimes lets unknown calls go to voicemail because she assumes they're spam. Recently, one turned out to be a recruiter. They also emailed her, but when she looked at the job description and saw it required more experience than she had, she decided not to call them back because she assumed she wasn't qualified. My reaction was basically, why reject yourself? Let them decide. She has also developed a huge reading hobby while unemployed and has probably read 20+ fiction/mystery books. I'm genuinely happy that she found something she enjoys, and I'm not saying unemployed people should spend every waking hour looking for jobs. But I keep wondering why some of that time isn't going toward developing new skills, learning things relevant to the job she wants, taking courses, networking, etc. Especially with how much AI is changing the job market. If I had been unemployed this long, I think I would eventually take almost anything temporarily, Uber, coffee shop, whatever, while continuing to look for my actual career job. I realize that is MY personality, and doesn't mean she has to approach things the same way. The financial part is starting to affect me too. I recently paid about $1,500 for a 5-day vacation for us, before food/gas/etc. I was researching hotels, rental cars, parking, and everything else myself. At one point, I showed her a cheaper hotel and mentioned it didn't include breakfast. Her response, in a tone that rubbed me the wrong way, was basically, "Yeah, because you didn't look at a nice place." I snapped. My thought was, I'm paying for the flights, hotel, and most of this vacation. I'm doing the research. And now I'm being criticized for choosing a $500 hotel instead of something nicer. I said something along the lines of, "What value are you adding looking at hotels with me?" I realized that was a shitty and hurtful way to phrase it. After that, she actually did start searching for hotels herself, which I think is important to acknowledge. But I was already angry. The same day, I spent roughly 11:30 a.m. until after 8 p.m. working on the vacation and then preparing my taxes. I came out exhausted and hungry, hoping we'd make something together. And she was making herself cereal after spending a lot of the day reading. It made me think, does she not notice that I've been buried all day and think, maybe I'll handle dinner? There are other examples. Her brother and his partner are visiting, and we're supposed to attend a concert they want to see. I don't particularly like the artist, but I was willing to go. I then found myself researching transportation, parking, whether we needed the car, etc., and realized, why am I planning her family's visit/event? Why hasn't she coordinated this with them? To be fair to her, nobody actually asked me to do that. I tend to see an unresolved logistical problem and immediately start solving it. I'm beginning to realize I may be contributing to this dynamic by taking responsibility for things before giving other people the opportunity to handle them. There's another side to this. She is emotionally loving toward me. She has explicitly told me she wants this relationship and doesn't want to give up on us. When we've had major fights, she has written incredibly thoughtful messages, taking responsibility for her own behavior, while also explaining what hurts her. She has told me that she sometimes feels like nothing she does is good enough for me. And that scares me because I recently found an email my ex-wife sent me years ago near the end of our marriage. One of her biggest complaints was essentially that she felt like she received criticism and complaints from me rather than appreciation. There was a lot more context to that marriage, including me financially supporting the family alone for years, but seeing two different women years apart express some version of, "I don't feel good enough for you," made me wonder whether I have a pattern. Maybe I overfunction, eventually resent carrying everything, and then become hypercritical of my partner. But I'm also realizing I genuinely value drive, independence, initiative, and self-sufficiency in a partner. And lately I'm starting to lose respect for my girlfriend because I perceive her as passive. That's the part that scares me. There are also lifestyle differences. Our musical tastes barely overlap. She likes drinking and going out more than I do. I'm much more health conscious and dislike alcohol. We enjoy restaurants differently. We do have great days together, good sex, affection, humor, watching things together, etc. And I absolutely enjoy having her around. When we recently almost broke up, I was devastated and realized how much I loved her and would miss her. But lately I've been asking myself, what exactly do we share? Sometimes it feels like maybe 20% of our lives actually overlap. She recently said something that stuck with me. Maybe neither of us feels like we can completely be ourselves in this relationship. She worries she has to change herself to make me happy. I'm beginning to worry that maybe she's right. Maybe I'm waiting for her to become more ambitious, proactive, financially independent, organized, etc., instead of accepting the person she actually is. At the same time, I don't want to spend the rest of my life feeling like I'm carrying another adult financially and mentally. I don't need a partner who earns what I earn. I don't even need 50/50ths. I'm happy paying more. What I think I need is to feel like the person beside me has her own life handled, and that sometimes I can stop thinking because she has something covered. So I'm genuinely looking for outside perspectives, including people telling me I'm the problem if that's what you see. Am I expecting too much from a partner? Am I and Athen resenting her for not functioning like me? Or our independence, initiative, and a similar approach to life legitimate compatibility requirements? And once you start losing respect for a partner, is this something you can realistically come back from?
Don't wait on luck, make luck happen. All right, that took a while for us to wrap up, but let's go ahead and start tearing in. So we'll start. Well, before I start tearing in, let's go over a couple of Michael's comments here. He said, first he said looking for a sugar mama. He's not looking for a sugar mama. He's looking for an equal contributor, as I said earlier. Michael asked, is the house clean? Does she cook, clean your clothes, pay your bills? No, she don't pay for shit. She don't do nothing without being told, and he don't tell her to do nothing. He does it on his own because he sees stuff not getting done. And as he said, logistically, if it ain't getting done, he just proactively goes and gets it done. He was probably raised in a household where he was taught that everybody has a role in the house, whether they're bringing in money or putting in effort. And if you're not bringing in the money, you're putting in effort. So if you see things undone, you do it so that the house stays in order for those who bring back the money, so that those who bring back the money don't have to put extra effort into the house after they put extra effort into bringing money back to the house. So that could be a core upbringing difference between him and her. However, when he asks, does she run the tractor around the yard, bring you food? No, she don't do anything because she's living a lifestyle with a man that proactively does everything instead of delegating. Now, women are not going to like being told what to do. But if you're in a relationship with somebody who is the kind of leader that does without being told, takes action ahead of time, preventative maintenance, where the situation is resolved before you even know that there's a situation, that is the type of partner where you can't wait for a problem to be brought to your attention. You have to look for what doesn't make sense and start fixing it before your partner gets home and finds it, because if your partner gets home and finds it, they're going to fix it. So in order for you to he said hire a new maid, get your new girlfriend. And remember to like and subscribe and match those reaction buttons, y'all. But when he's saying that you know, he's feeling financially overwhelmed because she doesn't have the right job, and after a certain period of time, he would have just took anything and then kept looking for a job. I said earlier that's a bad decision. And the reason why that's a bad decision is because when you get a job that takes the majority of your time, the first problem you're going to have is that you don't have enough time to look for another job. So if you have financial support that allows for you to delay committing yourself to a job you don't want, take that time to find the job that you do. Now, if you have the right partner that will support you while you're unemployed for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever, take that time to find the right job instead of just taking any job, because the resentment you're going to have from having a relationship that you're barely involved in and a career that you don't like is that you're likely going to resent your partner for forcing you to go to work on a job you didn't want to work on when you're more qualified for something else. They just wasn't hiring in your area. However, if you're a stay-at-home person where you're not working to make money for the household, you must contribute to the household. Where your partner's bringing in the resources, you put in the effort to keep the house organized. So he's paying $1,500 for the vacation. She should have been planning a vacation. Now, ladies, this is where I'm going to tear into the dude. He's being ridiculous. The reason why he's being ridiculous is because he's expecting a woman to step out of the role of a woman and step into the role of a man so that he has a financial partner to back him up financially. Not just because she's not doing what she's supposed to do as a woman, because technically, you know, if we think about 1940s or whatever, she could be at the house doing absolutely nothing, like Kelly Bundy eating bonbons, or no, I forgot the wife's name, but you know, eating bonbons and watching Oprah, sitting on a couch all day doing nothing, right? You go to work, you come back, you've got the attractive girlfriend, you sleep with the girlfriend, she does nothing but not argue with you and keep you smiling, right? That's what a lot of men settle for, okay? So wanting her to find a job so that she can help you pay the bills is, yeah, exactly, Michael. He's looking for a freaking roommate, because at the end of the day, he wants her to financially contribute just because they're living in the same house together. Now, if he wanted her to financially contribute to their retirement, where he's working and paying for their standard of living, and she got any kind of job, and the extra money that she was making was going towards a retirement, so that in 5 or 10 years that they could both quit and stay at home all day, that would make a lot of sense. But I don't have to rush you to find a job if I got 100% of the bills, if I got 100% of the responsibilities. But when you do get a job, 100% of your money is going towards us retiring, right? Since we've been living off of my income this whole time, we're going to keep living off of my income and then take the money that you make and put it somewhere else so that that money is making more money for us. Because if you're making $40,000 or $50,000 a year, a fast food restaurant, Uber, whatever, UPS driver, whatever, and you're putting that $40,000, $50,000 a year in a brokerage account, you'll have well over $500,000 in less than 10 years. You will have well over $1 million in 15 years. I can quit 10 to 15 years into you getting a job, and then we both could spend the rest of our life not having to work, where our relationship would have been probably 5 years dating, 10 years married, and we're both permanently retired, where we can spend the next 40 or 50 years enjoying each other's company and living life in different countries around the world and having everything paid for here in America. So in that dynamic, if that was the plan, yeah, get your ass up and go to work so that I can stop working in the next 15 years. But here we go with the vacation thing. Michael says, I have never had to tell a woman what to do. Usually I'm telling them to put my power tools down. But see, Michael, you back in the day had women that were more willing to be effective in a relationship. Modern 2026 women are not willing to be effective in a relationship. There's so many women in 2026 that want it already done, to the magnitude that everything that requires effort is a man's job, and then everything that requires cost is a man's financial responsibility. And the woman's job is to be attractive and produce children, while women have the my body, my choice scenario where they could choose abortion and contraceptive to prevent from having children. And then, as we experienced earlier on in the show, if they do have the children and fulfill the role of nurturing the children, they're going to complain about it the whole time and then say you have to step up and do it for them. So they're actually not, in modern 2026, willing to be the helpful partner that men look for, which is why men are not looking for the traditional women that are traditionally just barefoot and pregnant in the house. We're looking for the traditional women that were organizers of the house, that was organizers of the personal life, that handled some of the responsibilities that didn't require them to make money, but it could require them to spend the money better so that we have more money going around. You get a woman from the Philippines. Nobody likes it when we talk about passport bros going to get women from the Philippines. But a woman from the Philippines will build your shit at the house instead of paying somebody to do it. They'll fix your shit at the house instead of paying somebody to do it. They will reallocate funds and put more food in the house instead of wasting money on lavishly looking attractive with all of the fake hair, fake nails, fake boob, push-up bras, the leggings that lifts their butt and spreads their cheeks and all of this other stuff, where it's just artificial facades to drive unnecessary attraction, and it's a waste of money. It's part of the 18% of the 41% that men give to women that women actually do not benefit from, that a Filipino woman will put that 18% towards making their relationship better, which is why men go and get the women from the Philippines over the women in America, because the women in America are thinking about, I want to look cute. I want to look cute in public, even though I got a man, so that in case another man with more money can come and talk to me, you know what I mean? But the truth of the matter is that when it comes down to looking for the relationship and taking care of and investing into the relationship, they're not really investing into the relationship. Now, ladies, I said I was going to tear it to this dude. He said, what's with the hairnet? I don't know. What's with the hairnet? What hairnet? Now, for the ladies, the woman said, why not get the hotel with the breakfast? Why get the hotel that doesn't have the breakfast included? I think the dude was being unrealistic. First and foremost, you chose to step up and pay $1,500 for the vacation. That was not her idea. So you can't get mad at her because you're spending all this money on a vacation. You chose that. She didn't ask you for shit. You proactively jumped in and started doing stuff. Then the only thing she asked you for was, let's have a breakfast at the hotel. And it made sense. The one logical thing a woman has said on this podcast and forever is, let's have breakfast at the hotel included in the cost of the hotel. Why is that important? Because when we wake up, more often than not, if we did not eat right before bed, we will eat right after we get out of bed. And if we have to look for a place to eat as soon as we get up, we are going to have hell trying to navigate getting to a place, finding a place to park your car, getting into the building, waiting in line, starving the whole time, figuring out what we want to eat, when we could have simply just walked downstairs and went and got the continental breakfast or whatever the fuck they're offering from the restaurant. That's at the hotel, which makes no sense as to why that is not a thing. Every time I have ever traveled, I have always gotten a hotel. If I stayed there overnight, I have always gotten a hotel that had breakfast included. Always. It don't even have to be a fantastic breakfast. It's just got to be damn included. I'm eating. My dogs are eating. We gonna get full before I check out. It's part of the cost of the room. He said, vacation, he pays for all, give her spending money. You ain't gotta give her nothing. You don't gotta, you buy whatever she wants. She tells you what she wants, you go and buy it. You don't gotta give her nothing. If she wants spending money, she can get her a job. The principle of the fact is that if he's the kind of man that whatever she touch, he gonna buy that anyway, she don't gotta ask for money. She could just say, I want that. And she'll get it. But he did the $2,000. Yeah. No, here's $2,000, do what you want. No, that's not what you're doing. That's not what you're doing. That's a waste of money. And if she's dating the kind of man that would do that, she's got a bad boyfriend or a bad husband, because that's the kind of man that's financially wasteful. If he's just going to give you $2,000 and say, oh, here's $2,000, here's a vacation. No, because that's that short-term gratification to say that I spent $1,500 to get us there and $2,000 there just so that she can go on a $2,000 shopping spree. That $3,000 is opportunity cost, could have been put somewhere else where you guys could have made money for you guys, where his complaint is that he doesn't have enough financial stability. Why not put that money towards some financial stability? His problem was that, no, see, and that's, again, you go, oh, let her waste it. No, that's stupid. No, why would you? Well, that's terrible advice, Mike. Terrible advice. I know you're having a laugh off of it, but it's very frustrating because it's terrible advice. You're going to say, oh, we'll give her a bunch of money so that she can waste it. As soon as you said waste it, that's a dumb decision. That's a dumb decision. Is it added in your vacation plans? No, we're not adding it to the vacation plans. The smartest thing that you gotta recognize is that if he wanted his wife or girlfriend to plan the vacation, he needs to show her the respect and say, look, can you plan X, Y, and Z portions of the vacation? I've already bought the plane tickets. I already have our destination. Look for some hotels near the airport. Find us a rental car, and then let me know. Since I'm paying for everything, you got to let me know how much it costs. Or if anything, I'm going to give you the credit card and say, charge it to the card and then let me know. Either way, if she's not volunteering responsibility in a situation, since you have proactively trained her to recognize that you're going to do it all on your own. And this isn't the only time that it happens. There are relationships where women train their men to let her do it all. And when you train your partner that you're going to do it all by proactively getting stuff done before somebody steps up to do it, you are effectively letting them know that if they leave it there long enough, that you're going to get it. You want to break that kind of training. I got people in my house, if I make you something to eat and bring you something to drink and you leave that shit sitting there thinking that I'm going to come and pick them dishes up for you because I brought the dishes to you, calling myself trying to be nice to you, them fucking dishes will stay there for the rest of the month. I'm not picking up shit. You should have said, thank you for bringing it to me. Let me clean up behind myself. So when I brought the dishes to you for you to have you something to eat at your location instead of you having to get up and feed yourself, and you didn't pick them dishes up, you thought that I was going to pass by and pick them dishes up. 2 days later, when you see them dishes still sitting there, you're going to be like, damn, he is not coming to get them. You motherfucking right, I'm not coming to get them. Because I'm going to teach you that you are not going to rely on me to hand feed you and drag you and all of this other stuff and carry you by the hand and all of this, wait on you hand and foot. Because when it becomes an expectation, it's no longer appreciated. I'm not saying that I'm not going to make you breakfast in bed. I'm not saying that I'm not going to bring you something to eat. I'm not saying that I'm not going to do for you. But I am not going to do it when you expect me to do it. I'm going to do it when you appreciate me doing it. So when you start expecting me to do it, that's when I'm not going to do it. Then you're going to be like, oh, what happened to dinner? What happened to dinner? Your ass is supposed to be in there cooking. Just because I cook on a regular basis don't mean I'm going to cook today. Simply because you noticed I was not in the kitchen, that should have been your green light to take your ass in the kitchen because I done did it every other day this week. So respect is supposed to be reciprocation. If I cook for you 3 days this week, you should be in the kitchen trying to cook for me. If I do your laundry on a regular basis, when I do mine, you should make sure that you do my laundry when you do yours. If I put gas in your car and I got my own car that I put gas in and I only drive my car, so I only took your car to the gas station so your car would have gas in it, then when you come back, you do the same thing for me. So there's no reason why you're going to expect me to do something that I have done on a regular basis to show my appreciation for you, and you're not going to reciprocate that factor. So again, if you're dating a chick that isn't catching on, that's when you just tell her, hey, you know, start making plans. But when the woman said, get the hotel with the food included, that makes it easier for y'all. She gonna get up, she gonna take a shower, she gonna do her hair, get her nails done, blah, 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 blah. Then after she's ready to go, she's gonna wake you up. You just gonna roll out of bed, throw something on, y'all gonna go downstairs, y'all gonna eat. Y'all don't gotta think about what y'all are gonna eat. Y'all gonna eat whatever the fuck is down there. That was a smart move. So clearly the woman's got some common sense. So as a man, instead of you being selfish and bitching and complaining and moaning about why your woman ain't doing enough, why not see how good she is and give her fucking responsibility? You're complaining about her not doing stuff around the house. Start telling her, hey, stuff needs to be done around the house. You are creating the monster that you're complaining about because you're complaining about the fact that your woman doesn't apply herself because you do it before she has the opportunity to do it. But if she's sitting at home all day and she ain't got nothing to do, give her a list of things to do for you. You got 2 cars, tell her take one of them to the mechanic shop and get it serviced. You got repairs around the house that need to be done, give her a credit card, tell her to call those repairmen and schedule that shit, get that shit fixed. There is no reason why. Steve Jobs says that you tell people the outcome that you expect to see and let them figure out how to get there. There is no reason why you should be complaining because you micromanage both of y'all like, why don't you just tell her that there's certain things that need to be accomplished and let her figure out how she's going to get that shit accomplished. And if she needs some money to accomplish that, either you're going to hand her the credit card and let her do it, or she's going to come and tell you how much it costs, and you're going to give her some money to do it. But don't put a woman in a position where she doesn't need to apply herself because you got it all by yourself, and then complain about the fact that she ain't doing nothing. What kind of stupid shit is that? Now you're going to build resentment unnecessarily for a woman that don't deserve that because you did it all by yourself because that's what you wanted to do, not because she didn't want to do it. And in a society where we have so many women that don't want to do it, the fact that you have one that could have done it, but you did it before she had an opportunity to do it, you should appreciate the fact that she could have done it. And then say, well, you know, I'm starting to get burnt out, sweetheart. You start taking control of some of this stuff. You start doing some of the stuff around here because I'm tired. Then you don't got to worry about it no more. Now, when you got the kind of girl that don't want to do it, you burnt out, she's not applying herself, you taking care of everything, she's not doing nothing, you're paying for everything, she's not contributing to nothing, effort-wise or financially, then you can start complaining. But you, bro, put yourself in that position. She didn't put you in that position. Then y'all about to break up because you salty, because you are too meticulous. That's your fault. That ain't her fault. I told y'all ladies, y'all gonna love this part. Get on this dude. Michael says that sometimes in life, it is absolutely okay to be stupid with your money. No, it's not. Especially if you can afford it. No, it's not. There is never a time in your life that it is absolutely okay to be stupid with your money. You are supposed to be intentional with your money. You are supposed to be intentional with your money. So there are times in your life where it is a good idea to be able to budget spending a little more than normal. Like we talked about yesterday and the day before and the day before that, being able to go to a high-end restaurant on occasion instead of eating out every night. Planning for a vacation instead of partying with the homies every week. Deliberately spending money for the sake of entertainment that is meaningful instead of wasting money for the convenience of being lazy. Wasting money is not beneficial ever in your life. Investing it in your satisfaction, investing it in your mentality, investing it in your recovery, investing it in your benefit. When you're putting money in a place where you will thrive as a result, that is the only time you're supposed to be utilizing the money. And until then, your money should be sitting somewhere making money for you so that you have that money to make those types of decisions. Because if you're wasting money, you have to understand when you're wasting money, you're throwing away future opportunities. So there's never a time in your life where you are supposed to be allowed to waste future opportunities. See, I'm not giving a credit card. No, I'm not crazy. I'm serious. I'm serious. Because again, when we've talked about joint bank accounts and everything to that effect. If you can't trust your woman not to spend your money, then you can't, she's not the woman for you. If you can't trust her to not buy stupid shit with your credit card, if you just hand her a credit card and say, go get what we need, and she come back with $2,000 worth of bullshit, that is not the woman for you. If you hand her a credit card with $2,000 on it and she only spent $50 on it, that's the kind of woman that you need. She needs to be able to be conscious, budget friendly, the same way if this was her money that she would not have spent $2,000 on this shit. At the end of the day, it's your money. She's not supposed to spend $2,000 on this shit. That's why, like Steven told me, oh, that would be a great show a great short to clip out when I said, hey, $85 for a date, anything above that, or $88 for the date, anything above that, she should pay for it herself. And some women are going to say, oh, no, that's bullshit. Think about it, $25 a plate, 2 drinks. It should be about $5 a drink, $10 per person. That's $20. If y'all buying a bottle of wine, it might be $20 or $30 for a bottle of wine, which is $15 a person. You just buy the bottle whenever y'all drink it, because a bottle of wine should have 4 to 5 glasses inside that bottle of wine. So you buy you a whole bottle of wine, which might be $15 a person. But if that's $30 on top of the $50, that's $80. Plus taxes might be $88 and tip. So in that scenario, you might be $90 or $95. But if you buy a $20 bottle of wine, you buy it cheap. You ain't got to buy nothing fucking expensive, because we talk about first dates here, right? So you buy a cheap ass bottle of wine for the first date, and I know some of the gold diggers are gonna be like, oh no, I've heard that. Yeah, no, you better be top shelf. No, that's all right. I don't want to fuck with you. I want a woman that's financially responsible. a $20 bottle of wine on top of two $25 plates, where ultimately, if it was less than two $25 a place, because depending on what you order, it could be two $15 plates where we have plenty of money to spend $30 on a bottle of wine, which would still be $60 for the food, plus the 10% tax on it would be $66 plus a $7 tip, which would still been like, what, 70, 73. So 88 is a reasonable number to say, hey, I'm gonna stop at 88. Anything above that, she gonna pay for herself. So if you go to a restaurant, the bill is fucking $230. Well, I'm gonna put up 88 because that's realistic. My plate was $12.95. I got 2 drinks, and each one of them drinks was $5. We was doing happy hour, buy one get one free. So if I'm paying 88, I'm already overpaying. So at the end of the day, if we looking at a $230 bill, ma'am, you need to tighten up. For some female, oh, I just wanted to see. No, you are not supposed to test a man's wallet, ladies. And the reason why you're not supposed to test a man's wallet, because it's not how much he has. It's how much he can make, how much he can save, and how much he can invest towards the stability of your future. So it is not about how much he can spend on you on the first date. It is about his organizational skills. Can he plan this date where there's little to no hiccups in it? Can he is it what you call rainy drop money? Rainy day money. Rainy day money is going to be emergency funds. It's not about like how much money he can spend. It's can he plan this shit? Can he organize it with very little failure? Does he have a backup plan? Let's say we went to a restaurant thinking that the restaurant was going to have us, and then all of a sudden it's overbooked. Does he have a backup plan for that? You know, if we got a reservation and the reservation fall through, you know, if we plan a vacation and some of the locations are closed down, what other things are we going to do? Or do we just waste our money? Like that you're supposed to be able to see his decision-making skills. On the first 10 dates, a woman is supposed to be testing his decision-making skills, not his wallet. And I tell women all the time this, and women don't want to hear this, but you know what? The best way to test a man's decision-making skills is if he planned a date and you pay for it. And I'm going to be real with you. He is not going to go for broke on no damn date when he can't impress you with his wallet. Because if you're paying for the fucking date, you're going to tell him, hey, you plan it, I'll pay for it. First of all, that is going to be the green flag that every man is looking for. A woman willing to pay on the first date. Ooh, this is white material. But the fact is, you get to test his decision-making skills. You get to determine if he is going to be fiscally responsible. Because if he's willing to spend $500 on you and he don't know your last name, he's willing to drinks on the house with the crowd. He's willing to pay for the bachelor party, and he's not getting married. He's willing to pay for his homeboy's graduation party. He's willing to bail his best friend out of jail for the 15th time in a row. He's willing to waste money that would otherwise come out of your financial future. So you're not supposed to be trying to pay attention. You're not supposed to be testing a man's wallet. You're supposed to be testing his decision-making skills. If you test his decision-making skills, then you can grow the confidence to trust him. So when he tell you what to do, you'll shut the fuck up and do what he say, because you know that he's got your best interest in mind, because you've already tested that before you committed to him. But because you're testing his wallet, you know how he's willing to waste money, so you don't trust his judgment. So you're not going to ask him what's good and what's bad, because you don't trust his judgment, because you know he's wasteful, because he wasted a bunch of money on you. Now you're going to argue with him about how he's going to spend money. Then you're going to challenge him, and you're not going to show faith in him. You're not going to show confidence in him. Y'all going to forever be button heads, and you're going to be in a situation where neither one of y'all are going to be satisfied, because you never trusted him to begin with, but you benefit from his money. See how the relationship is going to be completely different? If you paid attention to his decision-making skills instead of paying attention to his wallet, you would know, I want to be in a relationship with him because I like the way he thinks. I like the way this man do business. If he's making money, make money for himself, if I put money in his hands, he going to double that shit. But if he's spending his money to the magnitude where he going broke, collection agencies behind, repo man chasing his car, foreclosure notices on his door, eviction notices on the house, I would be spending so much money bailing him out that would be a financial burden. I don't want to date that kind of man. Think about it, ladies. He says, Michael says, she have my bags packed and loaded in the van. She'll call, take care of the appointments. That's back in the day, though. You're talking about women from back in the 60s and 70s. He said, she'll go out of her way to make me happy. never give a woman a credit card. No, you never get a woman that you don't trust a credit card. And if you don't trust her, you don't date her. Plain and simple. The dating phase, because we're not friends before we start dating, the dating phase is to get to know the person enough to trust them enough to date them, right? So you're going out on dates with the intent to commit, with the intent to marry. It's supposed to be the path that you're going. You're not supposed to be going out on dates to hook up. So under that magnitude, is it just buy or bottle mad dog? No, you wanna be realistic under that magnitude. Again, with the fellas, when we're buying, we let her pick to see her decision-making skills. If she's buying more shit than me, this is not going to be a second date because she's wasteful. She's going to waste all my money. If you just said give her $2,000 and let her go on a shopping spree, if you can give her $2,000 in cash and let her go on a shopping spree, you can just give her your credit card and let her go on a shopping spree. At the end of the day, if she's going to be fiscally responsible, if I give a woman $2,000 and she bring me back $2,400, then I know that she's going to bring me back a return on my investment. But if I give a woman $2,000 and she don't even at least buy me something with the $2,000, I know that she can give two shits about me. She's going to look out for herself. But I know that if she took the $2,000, bought me something, bought her something too, the quantity of the money that she spent on me versus the quantity of money that she spent on herself shows exactly how much she was thinking about me while she was spending my money. Out of the $2,000, she bought me something for $50, but she bought herself for $1,800 something. Oh, so you don't give a shit about me. It's not about the money. It's the thought that counts. If you was thinking about all the stuff that I need, you ain't got no job, you ain't got no money, I gave you $2,000, and you think about all the stuff that I need that I'm not buying for myself, and I just gave you $2,000, you should be able to take that $2,000 and give me all the fucking shit that I need without me having to tell you to do that. Because you value me. Back in the day, y'all remember Good Times with Florida Evans? Looked like hell on the show, right? Y'all remember that? She looked like hell because when her husband came back and he gave her his whole paycheck, and then he took his ass back to work. She fed the kids, she bought the groceries, she bought the school clothes, she changed the husband's clothes, got him clean clothes, new clothes for work and everything like that. She took care of the house. She put away money for Christmas. She put away money to upgrade stuff. And if there wasn't enough money there, he had to come and ask her if there was enough money there because she was the damn accountant for the house. He asked her if there was enough money there to buy certain things and do certain stuff. And if she said no, then no meant no. Because the only way that we're going to do what you want to do is if we take money from the kids' tuition, if we take money from the kids' Christmas, if we take money from the kids' birthday party coming up. You told me to put money away for that, and I did that. If I do what you tell me to do now, we're not going to be able to do that. So you decide, are we going to let the kids down, or are you going to have to find another way? And that's when the women would stand up and start articulating an argument to how we going to spend the money, because she was the one in charge of the money. Nowadays, we don't have those kind of relationships. So no, if you can't trust her to spend the money correctly, then you should be dating her. Because how are you going to build a future if you got to watch the money like a damn bank guard at a vault? Because you got to understand, if you can't trust her with your wallet while you're awake, how the fuck you going to trust her with your wallet while you asleep? And everybody know we take the wallet out of our pocket and we put it down somewhere. We go lay down and go to sleep. And while we're asleep, she could take that wallet, grab that credit card, and make payments on the phone. She ain't even got to leave the fucking house. She could be sitting right next to us in the bed, just charging shit to the credit card. Some of y'all with iPhones, bioprint, facial recognition and shit, y'all go to sleep. Your partner can unlock your phone while you're in your sleep and start buying a bunch of shit off of Amazon. So if you can't trust her with your money, then what you dating her for? And if you can date her, then you can trust her with your money, which means that you can give her a credit card, give her some responsibilities, and she's not going to waste the money. Because wasting the money negatively impacts her ability to be successful. And if she don't have that kind of value, you're not supposed to be with her. Michael says, if she wants to pay, I just say, thank you, but I can pay. And then they say, I got it. And I say, okay. No, that's okay. If she want to pay, I'm not even going to challenge that shit. Let a woman come tell me I got it. I am not going to flinch. She got it. The bartender can look at me, a waiter or waitress can look at me. She says she got it. I'm going to look at them and I'm going to say, what? She says she got it. Give it to her. I'm not doing it because I want to see if you're really going to follow through. I'm going to hold you to your word. You said you was going to cover this, you're going to cover it. I'm not, oh no, that's okay. I got it. It's on me. No, fuck this shit. You said you got it. I got you. I understand. I completely understand. You know, I'm not even gonna say next time is on me because we both know that if you commit to me, I'm gonna pay for your lifestyle anyway. So if you got it today and you got it the next time and you got it the next time after that, at some point, by the time you move into my house, everything that you own is paid for by me anyway. So you're earning your way in. That's investing in the relationship financially, but there's also physical investments. The first thing that women think about is ironing a man's clothes, washing his dirty drawers, washing some dishes, organizing the house, cooking some food, because that's the stuff that goes undone in a man's house because a man leave the house and going to make money for the house. And then come back to the house too tired to get up and do the stuff. So those be the things that go undone first. And that's one of the reasons why those are the first go-to things that women and sometimes men think about when they're looking for the kind of woman that can be beneficial to them. But I can tell you right now, like I said before, mechanic shops, repairmen, taking the kids to daycare, taking the kids to summer camp, taking the kids to soccer practice, organizing my schedule, because if I'm running my own business, you should be answering the phone while I'm asleep, scheduling appointments for me, scheduling medical appointments for me and for you, working them around my days off, vacation time, scheduling the vacation time, scheduling the vacation. There's all kinds of stuff. The planning, the organization, that's the woman's role in the thing where she's not putting money on the table. And not now woman, when you ask them, what do you bring to the table? Not now women say organizational skills. I will keep your life in order. Not one woman will say that. They say, well, I show up. I'm cute. I don't give a fuck about that. All women are attractive at some level. So a lot of them put out after the age of 15 anyway. So, I mean, you don't stop putting out till you're 80. So, I mean, it's not like that particular characteristic is any better than any other woman. But when you start saying that you help keep things together, you help keep things organized, you help plan, you help structure, you don't talk back, you don't argue, you don't debate, you get shit done. That is what men want to hear, and that's not what women are saying. A woman that'll get that shit done. If you leave and something needs to be done, when you come back, it will be done. If a woman said that, that's a keeper. I had a woman in my house one time, and I went to work. I was gone for work because I worked overnight, and the Wi-Fi went out. That's nothing. That's not a big deal. But it is a big deal because the Wi-Fi went out. When the Wi-Fi went out, the security system went out. When the security system went out, there was no access to anything other than one phone that was directly connected to my phone, and she had to call me and let me know that she had already rebooted the whole system, reprogrammed the security system, and got everything back up and running, so that I know that if anything looked different, that's because she had to reset everything while I was gone. So she only told me that she fixed the problem. She didn't call me and tell me that she had a problem. She called me and told me that she had fixed the problem. That type of behavior is the type of behavior that men are looking for. The kind of women that will fix the problem while the man is gone. Because when King Arthur is conquering the world, the queen took care of the castle. Right now, we don't have queens that are taking care of the castle. We have princesses that want to benefit from the existence in the castle, which is not the same. You're not trying to turn your boyfriend and your husband into your servant and your jester. You understand? And that's the reason why we don't have the balance that we need in the relationships. So this guy that we were talking about, this guy's being unrealistic because this guy wants a equal partner financially and less responsibility, but he's not paving the way for that. Michael says, seeing too many married people and the wife is financially irresponsible. True, but you chose a financially irresponsible wife. He's like out at the casino, house up for loans for gambling. She's there to make a life easier for both, especially if your man is out working, paying the bills, and money going where it's supposed to be going. Right. And if you're picking the right kind of partner, you're same thing. Men, you're not after her body, you're after her decision making skills. So if you're looking at a woman that's overly exposed, as attractive as she may be, with the first thing that might go through your mind, first thing that might be going through my mind, ooh, I could sleep with her every day of the week. That might be the first thought to go through your mind. But after you rethink your position, you need to find out, is she going to benefit your objectives? What is your long-term goals? And will she benefit those long-term goals? Because if she's not going to benefit those long-term goals, it could be Beyonce. If Beyonce is living in your house off of your income, spending up all your money, you going bankrupt. She got her own, but she using up all of yours. That is still not beneficial to you. You can have Lil Kim, you can have Cardi B, you can have the Kardashians, both of them, all of them. You can have Mary Kate and Ashley. You can have Brandy, all of the Sierra, Mariah Carey. You can have all of them. But if they spinning up everything and they're not contributing to your ability to structure a growing household, they're not beneficial to you. When you take their attraction out of the equation, how does two broke people stop being broke if one of them is spending up all of the money? But two people living on a lower middle class income, not even a lower middle class income, a poverty stricken income. Because the bottom 25% of America, people making less than $50,000 a year. Y'all both could be making $45,000 a year as substitute teachers. All right. We talk about like bottom of the barrel shit. Okay. And if y'all have a lifestyle that y'all can sustain under the income of one person, both of y'all individually have a $40,000 a year income, and y'all come together and live a $50,000 a year lifestyle, 150%. That's less than 150% because y'all both have $40,000 a year lifestyle. Y'all should be able to live a $60,000 a year lifestyle together, and a $60,000 a year lifestyle is $10,000 less than living comfortably. Right? So let's say $60,000. Let's say both of y'all making 40 and y'all living 60,000. Y'all still got 20,000 a year. And 20,000 a year over the course of 10 years is $200,000 plus compounding interest, which is well over $350,000, almost $400,000, which also means that even if you were getting 10% return on investment, you will be getting back $40,000 a year off of that particular type of brokerage account in 10 years. So if y'all stay together for 20 years, y'all would be doubling that, sometimes tripling that, where that $200,000 or $300,000 would be closer to $750,000, $800,000, where y'all would, even at 10% return on investment, would be drawing back $80,000 a year, which means that you would be getting more back off of staying together for 20 years than what both of you make together. And that is the moment that you retire. Y'all dated for 5 years, married for 15, and y'all quit y'all jobs, and y'all going to spend the rest of your lives together. The only time you're going to be able to do that is if you got a woman that's going to be financially responsible. The only time you're going to be able to do that is if you got a man that's financially responsible. That's broke status, $40,000. Most women won't date a man that's $40,000 a year, but you could. And if he's making $55,000, $60,000, $65,000 a year on working at a fast food restaurant, Wendy's, McDonald's, Waffle House, Checkers, you know what I mean, Sonic, and making that back, at the end of the day, if both of y'all making somewhat close to the same, $55,000, $60,000, now y'all at $120,000 a year. But remember, living comfortably is $69,000 a year. So if both of y'all had a $55,000 a year job and y'all just said, well, look, we're going to live this $60,000 a year lifestyle and just stop right there, that means you got a whole extra 50 grand, which means you'd have more than $500,000, probably $750,000 if y'all stayed together for 10 years. Y'all could retire 15 years after y'all got together. Dating for 5 years, married for 10, retired permanently, right? It ain't about the women finding a man that's got $100,000 a year income where she can quit her job and live off of his money. It's about women finding the kind of man that's willing to build a type of lifestyle where we can quit 20 years after we meet each other. We can quit working and live the rest of our lives together. So let's grind for the next 10 years. Let's grind for the next 15. And then after that, we're going to quit and spend the next 30, 40 years traveling the world, living a life that we always wanted within financial reason, where we're living off the interest, not the principal. Because you don't have to be a multi-million-dollar lifestyle to be, a multi-million-dollar asset to be living good. You just need to have the financial freedom to say that I know where my money's coming from to pay my bills. And if you got enough money coming in off of your brokerage account or whatever other investment opportunity, where even if you went to another country, you can show I'm getting $80,000 a year from my brokerage account. You get a visa in most countries because you have a reoccurring income that is more than $72,000 to $75,000 a year. And you can get an extended stay visa. And because your standard of living in America is less than $60,000, you got an extra $20,000 a year you can spend in a whole other country. And you got to understand that if you was in another country, your lights, water, gas, probably your car insurance is not going to be as high because you're not going to be using it. Which also means that you would be in a situation where a lot of that, probably $10,000 to $15,000 of your standard of living will come with you to the other country, which means you might be able to spend $30,000 in another country because your standard of living is not going to be as much. Your discretionary spending is going to travel with you. So you might actually have, out of your $60,000 a year lifestyle, you might have $20,000 of it go with you to the other country. Right? But you should be dating the kind of person that has forward thinking mentality. Let's buy a house. Let's fix our credit to buy a house. Let's charge off stuff that we can't pay down so that we can work out a payment plan and pay a fraction of it. Let's spend the next 7 years fixing our credit so that we can buy a house. And then 6 years into owning a house, that's 13 years together, we should be able to retire and continue paying for the house. And by that time, 2 years after that, we should be going on vacations in other places. So we 15 years, we didn't own a house for 8. We own the cars by now because anything that's financed is 5 to 7 years finance. We own all the cars by now. So we don't have a revolving bill to pay for the cars. We don't have a mortgage to pay for the house. Or no, we do have a mortgage to pay for the house, but we didn't minimize all of our utility bills. We're good to go. We can hop a plane. We can fly to another country. If I'm working more than my wife is working, she should be able to plan that. If you got a good woman, you should be able to grow like that. Men in America will fly to another country and go and get a woman from the Philippines, because if you bring a woman from the Philippines back, yes, you will help her take care of her family. But if you're giving her $800 a month for her to send to her family in another country, that's the hair, nails, and makeup that you're giving an American woman to do so she can look pretty. So it works itself out the same. The cost of the woman is not going to change. It's the intent and the action and behavior pattern of the woman that's going to change. American women are not going to want to put in effort to build you up financially. That's your job as a man. So the question is, well, why are we picking the kind of women that are not going to build us up? I ask women this on a regular basis. Ladies, out of all the men that you slept with, out of all the men that you dated, how many of them met you, had nothing, and because of you became successful, where when you left them with more than what they had before you met them? And most women will say none. And very few will honestly say one. But every man that you have been with has built you up to some degree where you left that man with more than what you showed up with. Where's the reciprocation? Think about it. I had to let y'all marinate on that for a second, ladies. Think about that. Every man that you've dated, every boy that you dated in high school, in junior high school, in college, he might have helped you finance your car. He might have bought your last cell phone as a gift. Some of the jewelry that you're wearing right now, a lot of your exes bought that stuff. Some of your clothes, a lot of your shoes that you broke up and you took that stuff with you. It's yours because he gave it to you, but he bought the majority of your wardrobe. You left with more than what you came with. But that man's still wearing clothes from high school that his mama bought him when he was in high school, and he's been grown for 25 years. That man is still driving the same car that he had 10 years before he met you. That man's still living in the same place or worse place than what he was when he met you. You did nothing to build him up, to make him better. And ladies, y'all got to change that mentality. Not only do the men have to change the kind of women that they're getting, ladies, y'all got to change the way y'all behave when y'all get these men. Because each time I tell y'all, you know what? You could have built a trust. You could have built a small trust. Throw your money up into that trust and let that trust make money for it. And then if you break up with the person, y'all already got 50-50 split on beneficiaries of each one of them trusts. It don't matter what your ex is getting out of the trust. What matters is that if you dated 10 different men and built 10 different trusts, and each one of them trusts is giving you 50% of the total principal of the trust, guess what? Over the course of 10 years, you're getting 10 checks from 10 exes that don't impact your ex. But guess what you would do that most women would not do? You would have 10 exes that are getting a check from you. That doesn't impact you either. Y'all don't think about that shit. So many women are getting alimony and child support from a divorce, but how many women are giving money to their ex-husband voluntarily? Hell no. Hell to the no. So many women don't even want to sign a damn prenup because they're expecting to receive. But how many women are willing to give it? Shit, I'm gonna break up with him. I'm gonna leave this man with $500,000. Fuck all that shit. He gonna keep the house and the car. I don't want to have nothing to do with him. Take the $500,000, pay off the house, pay off the car. I don't want to talk to you no more. How many women gonna do that? Hell no. But y'all expect the man to give you the house, give you the car, give you the dog, give you the kids, then pay you a salary and pay you child support for the kids on top of that. Why? Oh, because he took the best years of your life. You took the best years of his life too. Oh, because you sacrificed body for to give birth to the child. He sacrificed his physical body every day of his life so that you could take half of his estate. The trade-off is still the same. But you won't leave nothing on the table for him. So, like I said, Michael, we as men, we need to find different priorities in the kind of women that we're looking for instead of looking for their attraction. Well, yes, that's going to be a priority. We need to look at their decision-making skills. And ladies, when you're looking for a man, instead of looking at how deep his pockets are, you need to be looking at his decision-making skills. Because you can't grow financially if you're with somebody that's wasting all the extra money. We call it lifestyle creep. Because the more money you get, the more money you spend. But why is it that you 30, 40, 50 years old right now, still living in a low income environment or a lower middle class environment? You just below an HOA, but you're not satisfied with your current standard of living, and you have yet to put effort into putting extra money aside to get there. Ask yourself right now, how many of y'all right now got a 401k, a Roth IRA, a brokerage account, real estate? How many of y'all got it? Most of y'all don't. How many of y'all got a damn emergency fund? Most of y'all don't. Y'all might have $1,000 in a savings account. Most of y'all don't. Most people are living paycheck to paycheck. The majority of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. If you got a few $100s in your back pocket in case you need extra gas between now and your next paycheck, that's what most people got. A little bit of spending money to buy some extra food here and there, a couple snacks. That's what we got. The money we set aside to go to the club, and we decided not to go to the club because we were too tired to go, so we got a little extra money in our pocket because we didn't go to the club. That's what we got. The money that we hold on to go to church, to repent for all sins that we created on Saturday and Sunday, on Friday and Saturday. Then on Sunday when we go to church, we're going to give money to the pastor so that we can look like we're good Christians. Then on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're going to sin all over again. That's where the money goes. We just wasted it. But let you not be able to pay your mortgage. Is a pastor going to give you $2,500 to pay your mortgage every month till you get your job back? No. Think about it now. Think about it now. But you shouldn't have to go to the pastor and ask for no money because you should have money coming in from all of your investment opportunities. So why are we not finding the right people to date and then date to marry? Why are we finding people that it is not the right time for me, so I'm going to put this person in a friend zone? If you are not going to commit to this person for the rest of your life, you should not have them in the friend zone. If you find out that somebody got feelings for you, either you're going to reciprocate that shit or you're going to let that person go. You're not going to, oh, we can be friends as a consolation prize. No, the fuck we can't. No, we cannot. You cannot have a friend of the opposite sex that wants from you the rest of your life with them as a romantic partner. That is not fair to the person you're putting in the friend zone. And if you were that person, it would not be fair to you. Why would you want to be friends with somebody that will not reciprocate the fact that you love them? And why would you put somebody in the friend zone that you know loves you when you don't want to reciprocate that? That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. That's like your employer not hiring you for the job, but they want you to linger outside the interview room just in case we change our mind. You still don't have a job. You still don't have the money that you need. But just in case we decide that we pick you up, you're going to just hang out and wait for the employer to pick you up? No, you're not hiring me. Let me know that you're not hiring me so I can find me a job somewhere else. And likewise, if you're not going to get into a relationship with me, you cut me loose so that I can go and invest my emotions on somebody else. Don't have me lingering with the what if carrot stick situation. And that's one of the reasons why we fail so many times in our lives, because men are chasing sex and women are chasing money. Neither one of us is paying attention to the decision-making skills of the other person. The difference, though, between the two is that men are capable of showing their husband material by the way that they invest in the woman, and the woman decides to stay based on the way the man spends his money. That's it. Women get to stay based on how much she has sex with the man. That's it. She doesn't trust his decision-making skills. He doesn't trust her decision-making skills. They're going to argue because they don't have any faith in each other. And that's why you argue. Because if I trust my wife, I'm not going to ask no questions. I'm going to give her an assignment. She's going to do it. Wait, ladies, before you think misogynistic. My wife come to me and tell me something, I got that. Got a good soldier right here. My wife come and give me an instruction. That's it. That's it. I'm the kind of person where if you brought me an instruction and I signed up for it like 007, the next time you see me, it's accomplished. So if you don't hear from me for a while, few hours, few days even, depending on what's going on, the next time you see me, I solved that problem. You ain't got to call and check up and see if I'm still working on it. I am working on it until it gets accomplished. Whatever it is. I can't always say that I'm always going to come through on time, because depending on the complications and difficulties of the situation, I might have hurdles that I have to cross. It might take me more time than I prioritize. But at the end of the day, if you told me to go get something, if you told me to bring you something that was within reason, within reasonable capabilities of performance, I got that. Simple shit like take out the trash. After my podcast, but I'm not doing it right this second. So, like a lot of times, women are sending their husbands to the store to go get feminine products. Shoot, let me know what brand you get and what size that you get. I'm ordering the stuff and getting it delivered to the house. I don't have to leave the house and go to the store. The stuff is gonna be on the doorstep. You start finding out that routine, when you with a person for a decent period of time, routine, the certain things that you need, you don't got to tell me about that. I can already plan that, budgeted that, schedule it. So right before you come ask me, somebody knocking on the door, dropping the shit off. So since you already know that you got the kind of man that's going to make sure that everything that you need is hand delivered to you so that you don't got to look for it. When your man start giving you instructions, you're going to do what the fuck he say. Because it's mutual reciprocation. Not a lot of women are going to agree with that. They're going to, oh no, you can't tell me what to do. I'm my own woman. I know what I want, blah, blah, blah. It's not about what you want. You're in a relationship. It's about what your partner needs. Your partner is supposed to prioritize your needs. You're supposed to prioritize your partner's needs. So it's not about you knowing what you want. Knowing what you want makes it easier for me to get you what you need, because now I don't have to ask you what you want. You say, I don't know. When I ask you what you want, you should be able to tell me what the fuck you want the first time I ask you. You shouldn't tell me, oh, pick something, and then as I pick, no, that's not what I want. I didn't ask you what you didn't want. I asked you what you did want. So if you know what you want, that should make it easier for me to get you what you need. So you should be able to articulate clearly exactly what you need. And since you're articulating clearly exactly what you need, that is one step away from what? A command. Therefore, when I give you a command, damn it, you're going to do it. Because when you give me a request, I'm going to treat it like a command. So when I give you a command, you treat it like a request. You make sure it gets done. That's reciprocation. Women are going to want to agree with that. But How are you going to find mutual reciprocation in what you believe to be an egalitarian relationship where you respect your partner the way you expect your partner to respect you if you're only going to have your partner submit to you, but you're not going to submit to your partner? And so many women could get on some of these shows and swear to God, oh, I'll only submit to the right guy. No, ma'am, you should be paying for the guy until you're willing to submit to the guy, because when you submit to the guy, that's when you start earning the right to have his income. So since women believe that they don't want to submit to the guy until the right time, you should pay for him until you're willing to submit to him. Because the woman's value is going to be in her effort, not her financial investment. So while she's unwilling to put effort into the relationship because she hasn't submitted to the relationship, she should compensate for that by financially investing into the relationship. So pay for every date, every excursion, buy all the gifts, take the man out, show him nights on town, treat him like a king on the castle until you're willing to commit to him. Once you committed to him, then you do whatever the fuck he say and he pay for everything. You earned your keep. The return on your investment is what you invested in him. But you should not be in a relationship where the most effort you put into a relationship was that you slept with him, maybe got pregnant by accident, didn't get on birth control, didn't have an abortion, and now all of a sudden you're a financial burden. That is not the way it's supposed to turn out, because he's going to resent you and you're going to resent him. And one of the reasons why so many women, 70% of uneducated women, 90% of educated women leave their men, and you leave your men not just because you're unsatisfied, you leave the man because you have no financial or tangible investment in the relationship. Only thing that you've invested so far is your time. And since your time is not valuable, you can abandon that time lost, charge it to the game, and walk away from this relationship, because you're not losing anything other than 23% of the income that was subsidized by him. And you can give that up for another man that'll give you 41% of his income, which might be more than the 23% that you're losing out. But see, if you was financially investing in a relationship until you committed to the man, now you got money on the table. You got cars that you done bought. You got phones that you done bought. You've got jewelry that you done bought. You've got phone bills that you done paid for, mortgages that you done invested. You got stake in the game now, sweetheart. You're not about to walk away from that shit. You're not going to walk away from a 30-year mortgage talking about something. I don't need him. Fuck this house. No, you're going to be like, nah, hell no. Let's work this out. This is on my credit report. And that's going to be the reason why 80% of men don't go nowhere. Because he's been financially investing in you since he asked you what the fuck your name was. He don't want to lose out on all of that. Because starting over costs more than staying with you. That's why they say it's cheaper to keep her. But if she was investing in him from day one, she would have more to lose. She would have more willingness to cooperate. She would have more willingness to negotiate. And in that situation, the relationship would be better, because at the end of the day, she's going to change from financially contributing to a relationship that she hasn't committed to committing to a relationship that will financially invest in her. Now, will we get trade-offs? Because if we go fly to another country, we get this woman, we bring her to America, we are her sole provider. She can get her own job, go work at Walmart, whatever the case may be, make twice as much money in sterling. Because I ain't never worked at a Walmart and got $12,000 a year. Yeah. I was making like $2,000 a month or more at a Walmart when I was over there working in the garden center. So I don't know how he was making $12,000 a year full time. I don't know what state he was working in, but the fact is that I could bring a woman from another country. She'll get her a job doing anything, and she'll contribute to the house. And since she knows that I invest extra money that we're not spending on the household, she would be bringing me the extra money to invest. She would be wanting me to show her how I invest. She would be wanting to start trying to invest. She would start investing. Guess what I get to start doing? Step back and watch. Which is way different than just controlling the household income on a regular basis. If she don't know how to run the household, like Michael says, so many women get married in a relationship and don't know how to spend the money. They bad with money. Well, why the fuck was their husband not teaching them how to spend the money? Why was she not learning how to budget shit? Why was the responsibility on keeping the money organized only on one person? If you're two people, both of y'all should be doing it. If y'all sharing a car, shouldn't both of y'all be checking the oil on that bitch? Shouldn't both of y'all be checking the tire pressure? Shouldn't both of y'all be making sure the car don't get dents and scratches in it? Shouldn't both of y'all know the damn repair guy so that if one of y'all can't pick up the car, the other one can? So if all of this is true, why are we in relationships where one person has no responsibility and the other person has all the responsibility? And then, ladies, why are you fighting for the responsibility of being in charge without fighting for the financial responsibility to pay for being in charge? If you don't want to pay for being in charge, then don't be in charge. And if you're not in charge, you're a dependent. And if you're not in charge, you're doing what? Following fucking instructions. So 50-50 makes no sense because now you're just a roommate. You're going half on a bill so that you're not being told what to do. But you're not helpful because you're only paying half so that you're not told what to do. But what I need you to do will help me. You don't want to be told what to do, so you're not willing to help me. Not a lot of women see it that way. I should ask. No, I shouldn't. I should be able to call you at the drop of a hat like the damn bat signal and tell you what the hell went wrong, and you be able to tell me I got you and hang up the phone. I shouldn't have to explain to you why. If I called you and told you go to Brook and East Street, pick up the car, you don't have to ask, what happened to the car? You don't need to know what happened to the car. You'll find out what happened to the car when you get to the damn car. If I tell you go pick the car up, clearly I'm not with the car. I didn't tell you pick me and the car up. I said go pick up the car. You don't need to ask no more questions. Outside of how do I get there? Put this address into the GPS. That's it. Hang up the phone, go get the car. Now, when we get back to the house, we can talk about what happened after the fact. But if I need you to go get the car right now, I need you to go get the car right now. I'll explain it to you later. So you should be able to follow instructions because guess what? If you would have called your man and said, help me, where are you at? Not why, what happened? Don't no man want no damn backstory on what the hell happened as the fact that you need help. You need help, I'm coming. So why do we got women that I got to justify asking you to do something for me so that you can rationalize it in your brain as you helping me? No, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. For every woman that wants a man to do what she say, when she say it, that should be the same kind of woman that does what her man say whenever he say it. You want drop of the hat response? Be a drop of the hat responder. Then on top of that, time your demands. Don't go running up in his face trying to challenge his authority by giving him instructions when he's in the middle of his own peacetime. He playing the game, he watching football, he hanging out with one of his homeboys or something to that effect. You want to just prove that you're in control. You're going to give him instructions so he can just jump up and run and go do what you say as soon as you say it. No, show the man respect. You're not going to embarrass him in front of his friends. You're going to let him do what he's doing. Then when he finished doing what he's doing, then you're going to give him a bunch of instructions when nobody's looking. Because at the end of the day, he should show you the same respect. He's not going to treat you like a maid servant when his homeboys is there. If anything, he might let you go somewhere else so that his homeboys ain't looking at you while he at the house hanging out with his homeboys. Bring me back something while you gone might be the only instruction that you got. But if you there and can you bring me X, Y, and Z or bring me X, Y, and Z, he might ask you to bring one thing. And more often than not, ladies, y'all don't know this, but a man will ask you to go in the kitchen and get something and bring it to him so that you can sit your ass down next to him. And that's the one thing that y'all don't even pay attention to. Y'all just sitting over here pissed off at the fact that he asked you to go in the kitchen when he got 2 feet. He could walk in the kitchen and go get it. Instead of saying, honey, come sit down next to me, he gonna say, honey, come bring me a sandwich. But if you bringing me the sandwich, not making it for me so I can come get it out the kitchen, guess what you're doing? You're coming to me. Now, should you come to me and leave, or should you come to me and sit the fuck down? Not a lot of women think about that part. This ain't a restaurant, so why are you bringing me the stuff and leaving? This your house too, so shouldn't you sit your ass down? Not a lot of men are gonna say in front of his homeboys, man, I miss my wife. Honey, come sit next to me, I miss you. Nah, it's gonna be, hey, bring me a beer. Because I wanted to look at you. Come bring me a beer. All right? When y'all learn that, y'all will come to find that y'all will be more valuable to each other. And that's the part that all of these red pill, blue pill, black pill podcasts are missing. They always talk about all of these hypothetical what ifs. They always talk about all of these, women don't do right, blah, 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 blah. But on both sides of the page, the men are not valuable to the women because the women are not finding the men that benefit them. The women are finding men that will pay for them. The women are not valuable to the men because the men are not looking for women that benefit them. The men are looking for women that will sleep with them. As a result, you are in a relationship of convenience. And until that relationship stops being convenient, you will stay there. So even though she won't do nothing that makes her valuable in a relationship, you will stay with her as long as you're sleeping with her. When she stops sleeping with you, now you start complaining about the relationship. If you're in a relationship with a dude, you're just there because he's spending the money. When he can't afford to spend the money anymore, you stop wanting to be in a relationship. You stop wanting to sleep with him first, then you stop wanting to be in a relationship with him because it was a relationship of convenience. If you valued his judgment, if you valued his decision-making skills, if you wanted to grow with him, if you wanted to put an effort to build with him, if you contributed effort-wise into the relationship as well as financially in some situations, you would have had a better relationship than what you would if you just rode the wave on the effort of the other person. And that goes both ways. That goes both ways. Because if the roles was reversed and the woman was a breadwinner and the man was riding on her coattails, she would be bitching the same way men be bitching. But the difference is that society would say that he ain't shit because he's not fulfilling his role as a man. But no one will ever say she ain't shit because she's not fulfilling her role as a woman. Because women don't have to fulfill any roles anymore in 2026. All they have to do is look cute and not be a problem. They don't even have to sleep with you. They just got to look cute and not be a problem. So they actually do nothing for the sake of the relationship because they're cute. And some men will even validate it on the hot cycle factor, where the crazier she is, which they're going to call her crazy because she's outspoken and disrespectful. They're going to call that crazy versus how attractive she is. The more attractive she is, the more disrespectful she can be because you get to sleep with a disrespectful, attractive chick. Makes no sense because you don't benefit from that. If we're fighting each other, how are we succeeding? The phrase us against the world means that we're working together. We're planning together. We're committing this heist together. So why are we in the kind of relationship where I have to debate with you? I have to win the argument with you so that we can make an action plan to conquer the world together. But while we fight with one another, somebody else, they conquering the world behind us. And then we have children. And this is going to be the worst part. This is the worst part. We have children. And now the children see the disarray in the household. The children see mom versus dad. And what are the children going to do? They're going to take sides. They are not going to take the sides of the one that makes sense. They're not. They're going to take sides of the one that benefits them. I'm going to side with mom because I get what I want from mom. I'm going to side with dad because dad's not as hard as mom. I'm going to side with mom because mom more lenient than dad. I'm going to side with dad because I get what I want from dad. It's never going to be a scenario where, because mom and dad fight with everything, it's never going to be a scenario where the child has no one to side with because whatever your mama say, go. And ladies, you got to remember this part, whatever your daddy said goes. So when your children run up to you, ask you about some shit, did you ask your dad? And what did he say? And if I called him and asked him, will he tell me that's what he said? All right, I'm going to call. Did you tell your son or your daughter X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C? Oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure that you was okay. I'm not going to agree with it if your daddy didn't agree with it. If women stood on that, y'all would have a better household. But when women come up to, oh, well, you shouldn't talk to the kids that way. Oh, you shouldn't behave that way with the kids. Oh, you shouldn't. You cutting down the man's authority in front of the children. You wouldn't want the man to tell you, oh, you shouldn't talk to the kids that way. You shouldn't treat the kids that way. You shouldn't say this, that, and the other. Oh, you're being too tough. No, you would say that he's cutting you down in front of the kids too, right? So at the end of the day, y'all should act like police. Even if you're wrong, I'm going to back your play while the kids are watching. And then I'm going to talk to you about it while they're at school. Then when they come back home from school, you're going to be the one with the change of opinion since you were doing too much. I'm not going to undermine your authority. If you grounded them for 6 months, they're grounded for 6 months until you tell them it's only going to be 2 weeks. But I'm going to talk to you about it while they're at school and be like, look, man, 6 months is too much. It wasn't that big of a deal. You know, maybe 2-3 weeks might be good. You know, maybe give them a bunch of extra chores or something like that. But it shouldn't be 6 months. When we come to an agreement, that's when you go to the kids and say, look, I thought about it. Not your father talked me out of it. I thought about it. And I believe that instead of me giving you 6 months, I'm going to show you some mercy and do you a justice, and I'm going to give you 3 weeks instead. Where dad had nothing to do with the change of decision. So the children are not going to look at that, oh, mom's being unbearable, dad, fix it. No. Your mama said you got a timeout, then you got a timeout. If I go over there, I'm going to have a timeout with you. As a result, they respect mom's authority. If y'all do the same thing for dads, children will respect men more. Girls, little girls that are growing up without their fathers, and little girls that are growing up with fathers where the mother doesn't respect the dad, these little girls would have more respect for men, because you learn your respect for men as you grow up with the brothers and uncles and fathers and grandfathers in your life. The reason why you're an adult with no value in a man is because you grew up in a childhood where you had no value in men taught to you. Whether it was because your mama was a single mother and did it all by herself with no valuable man in the lifestyle, or if you was in a stable household where mama didn't value dad in front of you. Either way, you grew up in a household where you did not value a man because you were taught not to value a man, and that's why you're an adult not valuing a man. And we can say the same thing about men not valuing women, because you grew up in a house with no value for women. But if you were taught to treat women like queens, you were taught to do for, you were taught to value them, you're overly generous and they're treating you like a simp because you were taught to be that way by women more often than not. Y'all got to look at, if we want different, we got to behave different. You guys have to till the crop before you can harvest it. You can't just expect seeds to be planted and have this perfect crop grow when you don't put any effort into it. Everybody says the grass is always greener on the other side. That's because somebody's taking care of the other side. You ain't taking care of your side. Your side sucks because you ain't doing nothing to make your side better. If you put more effort into the other side, you will start seeing better on the other side. But if you went to the other side and you did nothing for the other side, just as bad as your side was, the other side will end up being, because you took from and not returned. If you keep taking money out of your man's pocket, he's gonna end up being broke. But if you keep putting money in your man's pocket, he will always have extra money. Think about it now. So I can talk about that forever, but I'm gonna put a stop. I'm gonna put a pin in it right there because I want y'all to understand. It takes two of us to come together. It takes two of us to build the right kind of lifestyle. And at the end of the day, ladies, if y'all say y'all love to travel the world, and y'all can't tell me 20 places y'all visited that was not inside of America because y'all don't have the money to travel the world. Y'all would like to travel, but more often than not, you're traveling at somebody else's expense is what you would hope. Now, you could build yourself a kind of relationship with a man where y'all can go to a different country every week. Y'all can go to a different country every month. But it requires you to put effort into the type of relationship where, like I tell you guys on a regular basis, two people can make it to $1 million faster than one. And if you're living a modest lifestyle, you would have extra capital for discretionary spending towards amenities such as monthly travels around the world. So would you feel better being shipped around the world in your own early 20s when men value you for your body and then not be able to go anywhere in your 30s and 40s? Or would you value more having a kind of relationship where you can travel the world from 40 to 75 or 40 to 95, or for the rest of your life, you're able to go to different places on a regular basis at a drop of a hat? Like, I'm bored, let's go to Tahiti. I'm bored, let's go to Peru. I'm bored, let's go to Belize. Man, I miss America. I've been gone from America for 5 years. All we've been doing is traveling to different places. Wouldn't that be a better life? You got to make that life. You can't just fall into it. You can't just fall into it. I know all of y'all watching the show right now had a childhood where y'all parents told y'all that nothing worth having is not worth fighting for. So why is the luxury life something you're not willing to work on? Why is it something that's got to be handed to you? Why do you got to inherit it from somebody else? Why do you got to get it out of a divorce? Why can't you work on it with the other person that you expect to bring it to? Why y'all want $100,000 a year man when y'all can have a $100,000 a year relationship? Only spending $60,000 of it on your standard living. Why not? Because the funny thing is that there's only 23% of America that's making more than $100,000 a year, and 50% of that is men, which means that you only got about 13% of the population that you're really going to choose from out of 100% of the women, which is like out of 160 something million women, with only 13% of men, which is something close to like 3 to 5 million men. You're trying to say that all of y'all are going to fight over that, when you've got 76% of men that nobody really wants to respect, where the bottom 50% of men will worship the ground you walk on to give you every dollar that he earns. And you won't take that guy and make him a millionaire, where he will give you the million because you made it with him. Instead, you want to find the millionaire who won't give you $1 because you didn't earn none of it with him. I don't understand the mindset. Y'all make it make sense. Now, with that being said, ladies, I'm gonna wrap it up by saying, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm gonna ask y'all to make it make sense. So I'm gonna tell you one more time, ladies, please make it make sense. Now, we got tomorrow. We're gonna be here around 11:30, 11:45 Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna be talking about the new tax laws that they're proposing to be changed. We're gonna be talking about the tariffs that's about to happen from Canada, which is gonna negatively impact us one more time because he's taxing them 50%. We're going to be talking about dividend rotation strategy on Tuesday. We got a different country we're going to be talking about on Wednesday. We've got socialization, relationship topics, personal improvements, self-improvement that we're going to be talking about on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So y'all got to stay tuned. We're here every night of the week. I tell you guys on a regular basis, look, I give you this information to help you guys become higher valued individuals. Not just by improving your money, but also by improving your personal decision-making skills, because actually every decision that you make in your personal life costs you money, and that is ending up being your total standard of living, and then you try to make enough money to pay for all of your decisions. Not all of your decisions are good. So if you change the way you think about life, you can change the way life costs you. Right? Right? I appreciate those likes. Then, I tell you guys on a regular basis, and not a lot of people listen to this, but if you think about this real quick, wrap your mind around the fact that there's a bunch of things in your life that are inside of your control, and some of those things you don't like. And if you put forth effort into changing those things instead of just complaining about those things, you will have yourself a better life. Then you can navigate around things that are outside of your control. Why? Because you'll have more options. Instead of blaming everybody else, you take first-person accountability for yourself as to why you don't like the life that you have. Because there's something in everybody's life that, because your life ain't perfect, there's something in your life that sucks. And I can tell you right now, 100% of the people that's watching this podcast right now, there's something about your life that sucks right now today. And that's the reason why you're doom scrolling on your cell phone watching this podcast. Because if you was living your best life, you would not have time to pick up your fucking phone. Plain and simple. You would not have time. If you were living your best life, you would not have time to pick up your phone. Right? Matter of fact, most of us over the age of 30, 40, 50 years old, most of us that was children before the internet, we so busy living life, we forgot to take a picture of that shit. We having such a good time. Then we're like, damn, I wish I would have took a picture of that. That would have been good for the stream. Those of us that have a shitty life, ooh, man, I got to take a picture of this plate of food before I eat it. Ooh, man, I got to take a picture of this outfit before I go out. Ooh, I got to take a picture of this venue before I leave it. Because you want people to be jealous of what you don't got. But if you were living your best life, nobody would know about it, because you would be so busy focusing on your life and less focusing on what other people think. The wealthiest people in the world, you only see them on social media during a press conference when the paparazzi are chasing them. You don't see wealthy people looking for a news broadcast. You don't see wealthy people looking to get on TV shows. You don't see wealthy people looking to get on commercials. You don't see wealthy people in the unemployment line. You don't see wealthy people's names on job applications and shit. Wealthy people, you be like, damn, I didn't know that so-and-so was in the neighborhood. because they so busy living their life. And if you want to get like that, you got to start thinking like that. Now, I tell y'all the way I told y'all about an hour and a half ago, look, ladies, while this is a male-driven podcast from the male's perspective, y'all can benefit from this information just as quickly because I'm a man of uniformity. So I'm not going to sit here and try to come off of one-sided situation. First person accountability, you got to respect and accept the fact that certain things you don't like because you allowed it to happen or you caused it to happen. That's the first thing that you got to recognize. But you start making those changes. Y'all need to start planning y'all 20 and 30 year plan. Where do you see yourself in 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? Start building that. Reverse engineer that to what you got to do today so that you can accomplish those goals. Then, ladies, if you're paying attention to the guys, the potential suitors that are talking to y'all, that have the right personality, the right characteristics, the right drive, ambition, dedication, motivation, admiration, integrity to accomplish his goals, find out what goals he got. It ain't about, I don't like them shoes. It's about, damn, he's trying to be a multi-millionaire. He's got his own business. He's invested. He's got a retirement fund. He's got a 401k. It's not about an inheritance that's coming down to him. It's about a legacy that he's building for his next generation. I want that, and let me see how I can get with that. But at the same time, you need to see where his goals is going, because if his goals is going to another city, another state, another country, and you don't want to go, don't get started. If his goals include him having a legacy, you don't want to have children, don't get started. But if your goals and his goals mesh together, where y'all have long-term satisfaction goals set up for one another, y'all can accomplish those goals a whole lot faster together than what y'all could individually. He can do the things that are outside of your skill set. You can do the things that's outside of his skill set, and y'all can help each other be more successful. Right? And like I told you guys a while back, 2 of y'all can make it to $1 million faster than 1 if you both have the same or similar financial values. But if one of y'all is living with short-term gratification, fear of missing out, YOLO, you only live once, and the other one is living on long-term satisfaction, the person who's living in the moment is spending the money now, taking away from the potential of having a better lifestyle in the future. Where the in the moment scenario, that's a once in a lifetime scenario under your current budget, could be a daily lifestyle in the future if you just waited. One vacation today for the first time in 5 years, if you invested correctly, could actually end up being weekly vacations when you retire. 5-day vacation where you finally get 5 days off when you're working 65 hours a week, 6 days a week, every week, and you finally get 5 days off for the first time in 10 years could actually be, I don't have to work ever after 45 or 55. But you got to change the way you do business, because those of y'all that's walking into this podcast right now at 35, 36, 45, 46, y'all can put 20 years into your life. On the YouTube side of things, I got different portfolios up there where y'all can be making close to 15% return on investment or more under the current economy, dividend paying stocks, where y'all can actually be making money for yourselves, where in 20 years you can have $1.5 million if y'all just put y'all money away instead of spending it on the club, instead of spending it on your homie, instead of bailing your friends out of bullshit, instead of bailing your family members out of stupid stuff, instead of wasting it trying to impress people, buying name brand stuff, buying luxury this and luxury that because it says luxury in the name, not because it's actually durable. And then you'll find yourself, instead of can't afford to pay for the maintenance on this car, you got a car with a chauffeur in the future. Because that's something that I never talked about on a podcast. What happens when you reach the age when you can no longer drive yourself places? Wouldn't it be nice to have a budget already set aside where you got somebody driving you around that's not related to you? Wouldn't it be nice to already have situations set up where your in-home nurses, your housekeepers, your chauffeur, your chef, if you got kids, nanny, all of this stuff is budgeted out in a way where you got salaries for motherfuckers. But you're not going to get that on a 9 to 5 when you're spending every dollar that you get. So step 1, you got to reduce your spending. Step 2, you got to take the extra money and put it somewhere where the money is making money for you. Step 3, you got to take that extra money and diversify it into other scenarios where your money is expanding quicker. Step 4, you find you a partner that can double down on that shit. And then step 5, y'all grow together. Now, ain't none of that had nothing to do with how much money the man spent on the first day and how many times the man sleep with the woman. That's why I tell y'all, ladies, y'all can benefit from this advice just as quickly as a man. Because if y'all are paying attention to the right shit and you get into the relationship for all the right reasons, then you actually would have a better relationship. But it requires you to change your decision-making skills. And that's half of the week that we talk about is changing your decision-making skills, changing the way you approach life. Because every financial guru can write a book and tell you guys that if the circumstances were in your favor, there's a certain path that you can go to be successful. But none of them tell you that if you spend the money before you make it, if you waste the money as you're making it, you're still not going to be successful. So the first thing you have to do is change your mindset from a broke mentality to a wealthy mentality. That's the first change that you got to make. And every relationship is a business decision. Believe it or not, it ain't about love. Because ladies, y'all can be attracted to a dude that's toxic. And fellas, y'all can be attracted to a female that's toxic. Your type could be the trauma that y'all used to from your childhood. But the person that's beneficial to you might not be your type. You might not have the butterflies in your stomach with this person, but it just might make sense with this person. You might need to find somebody that you need, not somebody that you're interested in, because you can gain interest in a person. The same way you can get a bullshit job and then have loyalty to that job 20 years down the line, you can find a person that you can have loyalty to down the line. Because the butterflies in your stomach can have y'all throwing hot grits on one another down the line, whereas this relationship makes sense, could lead to a multi-million-dollar industry. Y'all need to change the way y'all doing business. I know I be seeing them balloon popping things on a regular basis. Ooh, is this your type? Is this your type? That don't gotta be my type. But I like that damn mindset right there. That person right there is talking like he got some damn sense. I ain't never had nobody talk like they got some damn sense in my life. Let me deal with this and see how this works out. And since he's talking like he got sense, let me follow his instructions and see how well that works out. Instead of just saying, no, you're not my daddy, you can't tell me what to do. Let me follow your instructions and see if I actually benefit from that. Test that theory out instead of just seeing how deep his pockets are. I'm going to be honest with y'all, ladies. The way y'all been doing it for the last 15, 20 years wasn't working for you. If it wasn't working for you, you're still single, you're still wondering why you can't find the right person, it's time for you to change the way you look at shit. So the stuff that I'm telling you, why not give it a shot? Because if the way you've been doing it ain't been working out, maybe what I got might help you out. I don't know. Because you have to copy yourself before you can copy somebody else. That's really what it is. That's really what it is. And truth be told, ladies, because I know I got a lot of y'all that he can't handle me. I don't want to date a man who can't tame me. Look, it ain't really about conquering the other person, truthfully, because conquering another person is like a dictatorship, and that always leads to a rebellion. Right? We don't want a rebellion. What we want is admiration. So we don't really want to conquer you. We want you to find value in us so that you can decide to stay here and do what the fuck we say voluntarily, like joining the military, so that we can accomplish this together so that there is no rebellion. But if I got to dominate you in order for you to follow my instructions, eventually you will rebel against me because you did not want to do what I said in the first place. You just did it because you feared my authority, not respected it. But if you respected it and decided to stay here, even if I was a broke ass dude, at the end of the day, it don't matter what I do. If I tell you to go and do X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C because you respect me enough to do as I say, you're going to do it because you respect me, not because I paid for it. But think about this though, ladies. If there is a multi-billion-dollar industry where women are getting paid by the hour to do what you don't want to do for your boyfriend and your husband, these adult freelance workers, that's how we're going to identify them. If they're willing to do what you are not willing to do for less than what you demand for the upkeep of yourself, ladies, y'all need to step up. Because if he's willing to pay somebody else to do what he's missing in his relationship, that's one, money leaving his relationship, and two, loyalty leaving the relationship. And you letting that happen. Why not nip that in the bud? And instead of controlling him and dominating him, fussing at him, tracking him, GPS on the phone, why don't you stop him from having to pay somebody else and say, nah, baby, let me get that money and I'll do whatever the hell you say. because he's either going to be respected in his house or out of his house. It's your choice as to whether or not he's going to find value in you or in your best friend that you keep bringing over to the house. Because nobody is irreplaceable. Nobody. Family members are replaceable. Children are irreplaceable. No, well, they're not. Their children are replaceable too. Parents are replaceable. When loyalty falls, you are replaced. And all the money you spent, all the time you invested, when loyalty falls, you are replaced. Whether it's distance, so much distance comes between us that we never talk no more, or I just cut you out of my life completely. You are replaced. So let's recognize if you really want to be in these relationships, y'all need to put forth effort into maintaining those relationships by finding out what the other person wants, what the other person needs, what the other person benefits from. Don't just give them what you think they deserve. You do what they tell you that they need and that they want within reason, so that your efforts are appreciated. Because when you do what you think they deserve and that's not what they need, they don't appreciate that. Because if I told you to, I don't know, cut the grass on the side of the house and you go wash the car. Oh yeah, the car is clean, but I didn't need that. I needed the grass cut off the house. At the end of the day, you're going to feel unappreciated because you washed the car. I didn't ask you to wash the car. I asked you to cut the grass off the house. So because you didn't do what I needed, you did what you wanted, you feel unvalued. And then you're going to get mad at me because I didn't appreciate you for doing something different than what I told you. Do what I tell you first, then do something else. I should be able to appreciate you for what I asked you to do, then appreciate you more for doing something I didn't ask you to do. But don't substitute what I asked you to do for what you want to do, and then tell me that I better appreciate what you did because of all the effort that you put into what you did. That's not how you maintain a relationship. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to replace you with the person that did what I wanted. That's the reason why a lot of husbands divorce their first wife and marry who? The secretary. Why the secretary? Because she gets paid by the hour to do what she's told. Why did we divorce the wife? Because she didn't do what she told. Y'all don't gotta like the Matrix. That's just the way it is. All right, look, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. We got a lot of things going on. I appreciate you guys for diving into the show. For those of you that showed up towards the back end of the show, but I'm gonna tell you guys one more time that we start about 11:30, 11:45 Eastern Standard Time, and we're here 7 nights a week. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. The first half of the week is going to be about improving your money. The second half of the week is going to be about improving your decision-making skills. So I want you guys to swing back by tomorrow and every other day out of the week and try and enjoy this. If you haven't liked the channel, like it. If you don't follow it on TikTok yet, start following it. If you got time, go over to the YouTube side of things, like and subscribe. We have an archive of videos, well over 1,500 videos on this information over the past few years. So you want to go back and look at some of the other stuff, or if you just want to, because we've got videos scheduled all the way out through October, if you want to hit the notification button on some of the upcoming shows, go ahead and check and see what we got going on the YouTube side of things. And then also while you're there, go and double check on the membership and see what's going on with the membership, because we've dropped detailed information on how to improve your finances and improve your decision-making skills into the membership on a daily basis as it stands so far. And I want you guys to benefit from all the stuff that we got going on. And for less than a cup of coffee a month, less than 1 cup of coffee a month, the membership is giving you stuff every day, more stuff than what you can get from a financial advisor at $350 an hour. And while I'm not a financial advisor and I'm not a lawyer, I give you so much detailed information that you guys can look into and you guys can research that can aid you guys in your ability to find alternatives to improving your lives, that it pays for itself. So it's something that you guys should just go and take a look at and see what you think about it. And then let me know, because more often than not, if there's something out there that you think you can benefit from, and you tap me on the shoulder and let me know about it, drop a comment into the membership, drop a comment into the DMs or whatever, and I get right back to you, usually within 24 hours, with all the answers to all the questions that you have that are appropriately structured for appropriate topics. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and sign out of YouTube first. I want to thank Michael, Steven, FX Trader, Aztecs, OG Kicks, Unc Andy, Joe Jack, Bayside. We've got Omni81 and Red Void on Twitch side of things. I really appreciate you guys for coming to this and that. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. and I'll see you guys tomorrow night. And then for the rest of you guys,
Higher ground. Used to chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. Standing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. I'm not landing on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.